direction of the explosion.
Judge Ito is about to bring the proceedings to order here, so turn on your TVs and sit back and relax. If we're all in the right place, this should be the Warren omission, where we will be discussing a number of areas where perhaps the Warren Commission did not delve as deeply as they could have. Maybe they did delve as deeply, but at least we're going to raise the specter, raise the possibility that they did not. And I'd like to begin with a reading from the Gospel according to Warren. This is during the testimony of Ruth Payne, the chairman, which before today is over, we're going to change a little bit, but at that time it was Earl Warren. Senator Cooper, at this time I am obliged to leave for our all-day conference on Friday at the Supreme Court, and I may be back later in the day, but if I don't, you continue, of course. Senator Cooper, I will this morning. If I can't be here this afternoon, whom do you want to preside? The chairman, Congressman Ford, would you be here this afternoon at all? Representative Ford, unfortunately, Mr. McLean and I have to go out of town to a conference. The chairman, you are both going out of town, aren't you? Senator Cooper, I can go and come back if it is necessary. The chairman, I will try to be here myself. Will Mr. Dulles be here? Mr. McCloy, he is out of town. The chairman, if you should not finish, Mr. Jenner, will you please phone me at the court and I will try to suspend my own conference over there and come over. Senator Cooper, I will be here anyway all morning and will try to come back this afternoon. The chairman, thank you very much. I think Gary Shaw summed in the most articulate sentence I've ever read about this kind of situation when he said, even a common chicken thief is allowed the privilege of having the entire jury present before he's found guilty. We have a number of interesting panelists this morning. We will begin with the gentleman to my right, Mr. Russ McLean. I'm not going to tell you very much about what he's done because he will be telling you that. What I will tell you is that when he has done the work he's done, he'll be explaining step one to you. Step two has traditionally to this point been when he's done doing what he's done, he puts all the material that he's gathered in envelopes and mails it to anyone that has literally requested it. Fortunately, so far the number has been small. And I can tell you there are days when my postman has had to make, post person, when the person that delivers the mail has had to make 2 trips from the truck to my door for things that Russell has sent me, thanklessly. And if we had 150 researchers in this community that have done the kind of work that Russell has done and never put their name on an article, we might be a little bit closer to the truth. So I'd ask you to please listen carefully to Russ McLean.
Thank you. If we could indulge me just a moment, I'd like to ask, in the past month we lost probably one of the more important witnesses in the assassination. Harold Norman, who is a witness on the 5th floor along with Bonnie Ray Williams and Junior Jarman, died about a month ago suddenly, and within a week also lost his wife. Until this time, Harold had never told his story publicly, but Walt and I, among others, had been working with him, and he seemed to be to the point of where he was ready to reveal some things that maybe no one else knew or had come out before. So if we could please have a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. In examining the Warren Commission's case against Lee Harvey Oswald, probably the greatest omission in the so-called official investigation is almost total disregard for much of the first-day evidence, much of which now is contained in the Dallas City Archives, not 5 miles from here. First made available in 1989, the archives went largely unnoticed by the research community until their formal release by the Dallas City Council in 1992. Now, compared to the recent meetings of the Assassination Records Review Board, these materials are instantly obtained. If you consider 2-hour blocks of time, 25 cents a copy, and $5 to $9 photograph a bargain, in light of the massive campaign by the print and electronic media in support of the lone assassin theory advanced by the Warren Commission, this evidence that's found in the Dallas City Archives cast a serious doubt on the findings and conclusions of the Warren Commission.
You want me to run your overhead while you... Yeah, it's good. Okay. This is where we start?
Just start with that. Now, I promised I wouldn't get into any Posner bashing, and I won't. What we have here is just a little bit, and I'll illustrate with the disregard that a lot of the early testimony is taken. And even Posner says it himself on page 235, that testimony closer to the event must be given greater weight, that any changes or additions made years later, when the witness's own memory is often muddied or influenced by television programs, films, books, and discussions with others. Okay. This is the first known statement of Lee Bowers, the man in the railroad tower. And if you notice, he gives a general description of the 3 cars that he sees. It's that last one, yeah. And then after the last car leaves, you notice, about 8 or 10 minutes later, after he left, I heard, and he starts to say 3 shots, but notice, he scratches that out and replaces it with at least 3 shots, very close together, never specifying whether he heard 3, 4, or however many. But then when you contrast with what he said before the Warren Commission, notice, I heard 3 shots. 1, then a slight pause, then 2 very close together, also reverberating from the shots. Were you able to form an opinion as to the source of the shots, from which direction? Either came from the school book depository or the mouth of the triple underpass. Then, can you tell me now, after he had determined how long he had been in the tower, could you tell me how long or from where the shots came? No, I could not. Quite interesting. Then when we look at the statement of another first-aid witness, Marion Baker, 1. Describing how he and Mr. Truly entered the depository. Okay. Determine how they, well, let's see. How they entered the depository. Go ahead and change that. He describes, now this goes on and describes about the, how they entered. Describes that Oswald was wearing a light brown jacket when he discovered him on the 2nd floor 90 seconds after the last shot. When it has already been well established that Oswald, in fact, wore a blue jacket to work that day. And in witness descriptions of the man in the window had no jacket. In fact, it testified that he had an open neck shirt, light colored. Now, if we go to the testimony of Bonnie Ray Williams, one of the witnesses on the 5th floor.
This was Baker's.
Okay, let's go ahead and go with Baker's then. I'm sorry.
This is, I think, where you into the jacket.
Right. Now we know with Baker. Did you notice what clothes the man was wearing as he came down? At that particular time, I was looking at his face, and it seemed to me like he had a light brown jacket on and maybe some kind of white-looking shirt. And he said, even if he noticed that it was kind of dim in there, it still was hanging out to the side. He's still able to tell there's the light brown jacket. And he describes as he sees him later, he never saw him in the lineup, but he did see that was a man on the second floor and that he was wearing a jacket.
Deer hunting and...
The deer hunting, yeah. It was interesting when they asked Baker, and I think Walt referenced this the other day when he was talking about the trained pigeons and the deer hunting. They asked him, "You ever go deer hunting?" "Yes." "And have you had an occasion to hear shots from your own rifle?" "No, the guy enjoys going out and sitting at a deer stand in 30-degree weather and freezing to death." Is it from other rifles? Of course not. There are several other idiots like Marion Baker. Okay, now let's go to, yeah. Baker does testify to hearing 3 shots, but if you notice, they ask him spaced out over what? 3 seconds apart. From the first shot? Yes. 3 seconds from the first to the second, and another 3 seconds from the second to the third. You're saying not over 3 seconds. Now, I may not know math too well, but it looks to me like that adds up to be at least 6 seconds, well over this 5.6 established by the Zapruder film. Yeah. Now we go to the Posner's description of Bonnie Ray Williams, Jr. Jarman, and Harold Norman. It said during the assassination, they were on the southeast corner of the 5th floor, and since the flooring was being replaced, they say there was only a thin plywood covering with cracks in the planks, allowing some light between the floors. Sounds passed easily. There are numerous cartons of books on that floor in the Texas School Book Depository, the average weight of which is 55 pounds. Now, if this is a thin plywood floor, they're not going to let a man up there, much less put all these heavy boxes, unless you like things falling on your head. Now, if we go to Bonnie's first statement, he describes, "I heard 2 shots. It sounded like they came just above us. We ran to the west side of the building." Now, I'll get to the significance of this "ran to the west side" statement here in a second. They discuss that they didn't see anyone or hear anyone above them or on the stairs. If we go to the second page there. And he describes how they ran down the building there, and it describes how Oswald was there when they got to work and how long he had been working there.
You want the testimony?
Yeah. But yet, when we look at his testimony, how many shots did you hear fired? "I heard 3 shots. But at first, I told the FBI I heard only 2. They took me down because I was excited and I couldn't remember too well. But later on, as everything began to die down, and I got my memory back a little better than the 22nd. Now stop and think for a moment. You're an African-American man in Dallas in 1963. The Sheriff's Department, the Dallas Police Department, and you've got officers from the federal government fly you to Washington, take you into a room and say, "You heard this?" You say, "Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir, boss. I heard this." "Yes, sir." You're going to say anything they want you to say. "Did you hear anything upstairs at all?" "No, sir, I didn't hear anything." "Any footsteps?" "No, but we were running too, and that was making a louder noise." We'll get to that in a second. It says, "You really ran?" "Yes, sir, we really ran, and that was probably making a lot of noise." Kind of strange if they're running to the west end of the building. Can they not see or hear Oswald supposedly coming down the stairs from the 6th floor? Okay. Now on that, in running down the stairs, when they describe here laying of the new floor, the only reason why there were some employees still there, that things were slowing down, is that they were laying a new floor on the 6th floor. In fact, it was an oak floor, and that plywood was being laid down over the top of it. Now, they completed the 5th floor and hadn't completed the 6th floor, but only a little portion of it. You would wonder, wouldn't they hear a man running on the floor? And for those of you that have been on the 6th floor, if you notice the stairwell back over in the corner, as you come off the stairs, you're exposed on the landing of the 5th floor before you go around and get on the other side of the staircase. Even if they could not see him, could they hear him running down to that side of the building? Okay, go ahead. He asked, could you see light from the 5th floor to the 6th floor as you look above your window? Well, at that time, that day of November, I did not notice that. But the other day, when you were questioning me, even after the thick new floor that was put over the old floor, well, you could still see light. Definitely strange. Again, he asked, and they asked again, Mr. Ball asked, did you run fast towards the west floor? Yes, we did. We moved rather fast. Something doesn't jive here. Does Oswald get to the 5th floor? Or, as we have discovered in this case, Oswald was a man of many special talents. Go ahead. Okay, no, go ahead. Again, they asked Mr. Williams, did you hear anyone going up or down the stairs? No, I did not. Did we pay any attention to that? No, sir. How could you not pay attention to it? You hear any movement up above? No, sir. And notice here, were you paying any attention? No, sir, we weren't paying any attention. Again, how could you not be? Okay, we've already gone through that. Yeah. No, that's okay. Go ahead and go to positive description of it. And again, we're going to reference here Gerald Posner's description of 2 key witnesses on Houston Street. However, there is consistent testimony of a man in the window who saw a man in the window, Robert Edwards and Ronald Fisher, both describing a man in the window. So they were on Houston and Elm, directly in front of the depository. They described the sniper's nest, and then the figure both men described sounded remarkably like Oswald. They give a description there. Now let's go to there. But however, when we look at their statements, it paints a slightly different picture. Now they notice the description is the same, but notice in comparison to what Marion Baker said, they do not describe the man as wearing a jacket. The motorcade rounded the corner about this time, and then I thought I heard 4 shots, but it never occurred to us what it was. Now when you look at Edwards' testimony before the Warren Commission, did he have anything in his hand at all that you could see? No. How many shots did you hear, if you remember? Well, I heard 1 more than was fired. Now, Bellin backs off here and says, you mean on the affidavit you heard 4 shots? I still right now don't know how many was fired. If I said 4, then I thought I heard 4. Now what you want to look at here is, if you pay particular attention to this testimony, what I've seen in the Warren Commission, this runs consistent throughout. Any witness that brought any testimony or any evidence contrary to what the official line was to be, they shut them down quick. It was like, thank you, goodbye, we'll see you. However, you have witnesses like Howard Brennan and others that were consistent with what they were looking for. They let them go on and on about everything. You notice, he says, he introduces his affidavit here. Now, we don't know what affidavit this is exactly. But it says, in the affidavit, you said that shots seemed to come from the building there. Did you really say that or not? No, I did not say that. And you notice, anything else that you can think of? No.
Cut off time.
Okay.
That's what they did.
Then we look at Fisher. Notice he looked up at the window, and I noticed that he seemed to be laying down or in a funny position. Yes, he had an open neck shirt. Again, no jacket. And that before the motorcade rounded the corner, that he had been in that position. And I thought what I heard was 3 shots, and the motorcade was about where the Stemmons Freeway sign is. Now, if we go to his Warren Commission testimony, one of the things he says is that, well, as I looked around, I thought I heard a shot and thought it was a firecracker. And then the second shot, and everyone from where I was standing, they started to scatter. They asked, at first I thought there were 4, but as I think about it more, there must have been just 3. Again, at first you thought there were 4 shots? Yes. Now we look and ask, where did the shots appear to be coming from? From just west of the school book depository building. There were some railroad tracks and there were some cars back there. Witnesses on the north end of Dealey Plaza, or the east end of Dealey Plaza, hearing shots from the grassy knoll. And they appeared to be coming from these railroad cars. Well, that area somewhere. David Bellin, a man of supreme intelligence. Now if we go to, and they ask him again, all right, I'm going to call, he introduces the Fisher Deposition Exhibit number 1 and asks him to read from the statement and indicate what doesn't appear to be accurate. Notice what Fisher says, that is correct. So it's quite interesting there. He says, the statement says that you saw him in the window. Did you know how far the window was open? He said the window was open almost all the way. But then a lot of the indication is that the window was half closed when it was discovered on the 6th floor. Go ahead. Michael Payne. Now, Ruth Payne's husband, Michael Payne, in his first, one of his first statements, says that I thought it unlikely that he shot the president and that the FBI was well aware of his presence there. Early doubts. Notice he thought it was unlikely. Now notice the statement of Charles Hester. Charles Hester and his wife was located at the east end of the pergola. And I have to thank Hal Verb for that, because when I asked about where was his testimony in the Warren Commission, well, if we could put that one up there for just a second. Yeah, just put it up for just a second. Asked about his testimony before the Warren Commission, guess what? There was none. When you look, he describes where we sit in the grass on the slope along Elm Street, where the park is located. Notice he says he heard 2 shots ring out. They sounded like they came from immediately behind us and over our heads. Well, immediately behind and over their heads on the east end of the pergola would indicate in the parking lot or in the railroad yard, not from the depository. Okay, go ahead. Now, this, I didn't know that this, when I first discovered this document from J. Edgar Hoover, dated November 23rd, this is in Jesse Curry's personal JFK assassination file. There's a copy or two, I think, that's still left over at the Ask Mart. But since it's been out of print, I don't think it was, this was the first I had discovered of it. Notice we just described the receipt of evidence from the Dallas police. Notice that Q1 is bullet from the stretcher, obviously, which has to be the magic bullet. Now, if 2 bullets struck in the limousine, now let's look at what they've got. A bullet fragment from the right front seat, number 1. From beside the front seat, number 2. Metal fragment from the president's head, 3 and 4. And let's see, 5, 6, and 7, 3 metal fragments from the rear floorboard carpet, a scraping made from the inside surface of the windshield. You have 7 or 8 fragments, recognizable fragments from 1 bullet. A lot of fragments for 1. Okay, go ahead now, Walt. Go to the next one.
What page?
Yeah, I had that page right there. Notice, no latent prints of value were developed in Oswald's revolver. The cartridge cases, the unfired cartridge, the clip in the rifle, of which we do not find any record in the property list or any of the photographs, or the inner parts of the rifle. How can he load the rifle without leaving fingerprints on something? Now go with this whole pain search. Yeah. No, just go ahead and go with the pain search right there. Just that 1 page would be fine. I'm just gonna. Something else is unique to the Dallas City Archives. This is the first written search of Ruth Payne's house. Notice the photographic equipment, the Kodachrome roll, camera timer, camera and case, small undescribed German camera in a black case. Go to the next one. A flash attachment. Quite a lot of photographic equipment for a man that supposedly was so frugal with his spending. All right, now here is the police lab crime search scene from the police archives. Notice 1 live round, 2 spent holes. Where did the 3rd one go? Will Fritz made a statement after he had testified from the Warren Commission, said that he kept the 3rd one for comparison purposes. Comparisons to what? Now, I don't proclaim to be a law enforcement officer, but that would seem to me to be called something withholding evidence. Go ahead. Notice in all the descriptions such as a letter, promise to repay financial assistance for the loan to come back from Russia, all these other things. The one thing I don't see there is any mention of any type of gloves or anything that would keep him from putting any kind of fingerprints on the rifle or on the ammunition loaded in the rifle. Now we look into statements of when Oswald was arrested. Notice that Paul Bentley says that they received a call about 1:40 p.m. to 10th and Patton. Minutes later, the call came out that the shooting suspect was in the Texas Theater. When you look at the arrest report filled out at 1:40 by Nick McDonald, it stated that Oswald had already been charged with the murder of the president. From the Dallas police, from the radio traffic, notice at 1:40, they want to know about the 400 block. They're fixing to move in to check it down with the suspects. Is that the one involved in the shooting of the officer? Yes, we already have him. Has serious doubts on the timing of when Oswald actually was arrested. Statement here, this is of concerning the arrest of Lee Harvey Oswald. This is from, I believe, Bob Carroll. Go to that last page. Yeah. Notice it says, when they fought for the pistols, I released the pistols to Sergeant Jerry Hill. Looking at the FBI report, there are no fingerprints on Oswald's gun, when supposedly he had just shot J.D. Tippit and had tried to pull the gun and shoot Nick McDonald. Very strange. Cunningham. This is E.L. Cunningham, another Dallas police officer, said the suspect was going to the public library at Marsalis. Who is this? Who is this suspect? Who are they chasing? Go ahead. Second page? No, go ahead. Gerald Hill. This is Gerald Hill's statement, in which they marked the gun for identification purposes. The pistol was released to Detective Baker, which indicates there's another person handling the gun. And it kind of taints the evidence there. Go ahead.
Lion?
What's that?
Lion?
Yeah, no. Yeah, go ahead. And this is Officer Lyon. And he notices that he says in this statement that Oswald kept repeating, "Why am I being arrested? Why am I being arrested?" In fact, at his news conference that evening, he stated, that he said, "I've only been charged with the murder of a police officer." When you look at the arrest report, he's already been charged with the murder of the president. Never told it why he's been arrested. Again, this is a statement of Officer Taylor, in which a crowd was gathered outside of the arrest, shouting, "Kill him, let us kill him." Why? Now, we have been told by Will Fritz and others in the Dallas Police Department that no notes of any kind were made of Oswald's interrogation. Notice when you look at this page 5 of interrogation of Oswald, notes in the margin, But when you look at the Warren Commission, it's completely different.
Same page. That's good page. Sanitize. Hey. Now it's dragging all along. Let's go ahead and do the slides.
Yeah. There was also photographic evidence, too. Note, the caption on this photograph is police evidence sent to the FBI. Notice, 2 spent holes, only 2 of the slugs, 1 of the unfired cartridge. Again, where did the 3rd cartridge go? Whoa. The Mannlicher Carcano, notice, no clip in the rifle. This is along the south wall of the Texas School Book Depository. Notice the various amounts of books stacked in and around. Quite an obstacle course for a man to get to the exact opposite corner and hide the rifle and down 4 flights of stairs in 90 seconds. The stairwell. How can the Oswald pass 2 witnesses, Victoria Adams and Sandra Stiles, and them not see him? And how can he come off the landing on the 5th floor, pass down this area, and not be seen by Jarman, Norman, or Williams? One of the backyard photographs. This was discovered recently in 1992 by 1991 or 92 by the local NBC affiliate here in Dallas. This silhouette and this one. Now this is in Bob Groden's book, The Killing of a President. But in the television story, they asked this gentleman here, why did you take these pictures? He said, on orders of the FBI. Whose orders? And again, why? The ramp at the Dallas City Jail, to which Oswald has been transferred, where he was murdered, the testimony of Roy Vaughn, in which he stated Pierce's car came up the ramp, and at that time Ruby was supposed to have gone down. We measured this ramp last year, and it's 8 feet 11 inches wide. Now, 60s model car is awfully wide, and if that car is coming up that ramp, Jack Ruby's not the thinnest man in the world. He's certainly not going to get down. Now, these documents are only a sample of what is instantly available to us as a research community. Do they prove a conspiracy in and of themselves? No. But what they do prove is this, is that the open and shut case presented to us by our government 30 years ago and recently declared closed by a well-known author is by no means that. It is a case full of contradictions and doubts that cries out for further investigation. For if we as a people do not demand it, then the very concept that this nation was founded on, an ordinary individual's freedom of speech and the ability to criticize their government without fear of reprisal, have indeed perished from the earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Having been Russell's guest this weekend, I can tell you, and I know this is true of many people in the research community, what he spoke about today is literally the tip of the iceberg. There is a great wealth of material down at the DPD archives. It's not the easiest thing in the world to access, but if you can, you will make some discoveries. Okay, our next speaker is going to be Philip Tenbrink. Philip and I have met on a couple of occasions, and he is going to be discussing, as Wallace and I are, some of the, again, specific areas where the Warren Commission, not as in this case where they ignored what was in front of them, but where they had the material right in front of them and then ignored it. And I spoke to Philip at some length, and I think you'll find his presentation quite interesting. So with that, I give you Philip Tenbrink.
I'd like to begin here today to let you know the reason you're here is that you have a God-given gift of skepticism. You take everything with a grain of salt. You're not really ready to swallow something until you're really sure it's the truth. And this is a very important part in a free and open society, is the ability to question, the ability to challenge, and the ability to declare that your government must be accountable to you for all its activities. When you begin with a man like Earl Warren to head the commission to investigate an assassination, you're dealing with an individual who was responsible for the denial of civil rights and property rights to Americans of Japanese descent in World War II because there was a possibility that they could represent a security risk to the United States. And that to him was good constitutional law. So as far as I'm concerned, this abomination called the Warren Commission is probably reflective of his same ability to interpret the law. I think Lyndon Johnson, everybody really appreciated his ability and insight into the proper use of federal funds. If it was George Bush, maybe it would be we can't check up on every drive-by shooting. And as we learn as time goes on, the people who told us the truth really didn't live lives of truth. I think looking at this, from a perspective of history, men haven't changed. The same things, values, desires that guide men's lives continue now as they did 2,000 years ago. People just don't change. Two old Roman quotes, silence implies consent. How many people involved today in prominent positions still will not speak a word? Even if you can get them to admit in private they think something's not right, they will not say anything in public. They're fearful. And when many are guilty, the offense goes unavenged. And in this particular area, I'm sure, Jack Kennedy had a lot of enemies. But the basic part of an investigation is to begin with motive. Who would profit or who would benefit from the death of an individual? And this is something that the Warren Commission never even attempted to do. They simply attempted to put to sleep any doubts or any discrepancies or anything that might have caused suspicion amongst the general public. It was time to give them a message of peace, dream, and sleep. Everything's okay in Washington. Basic things that don't fit into the pattern are just routinely ignored. And this is with regards to like the missed shots. I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald is portrayed as being a great marksman, but when you look at how far the missed shots missed the car, it's just truly amazing to have that kind of accountability. You have a direct headshot, and then with another shot missed the car by 50 to 75 feet. This is a picture of that bullet mark on the sidewalk, and looking back at the depository. If you can look at the angle, you see the angle of that mark doesn't even point towards the window. It points towards the west side of the building. Early on, you can see the intensity with which the Dallas Police Department tried to seal the crime scene, as they couldn't stop the flow of traffic because it would just interfere too much with the business that day. So they parked the cars on the sidewalk so traffic can continue. what you'll find is that where the cars are parked on the sidewalk, it overlies where that bullet mark was on the sidewalk. And where those men are gathered down together in a group is where there's a bullet mark that also strikes the curb and goes on to strike Mr. Tay. But these were things that they really weren't interested in looking at because, of course, these were bullets or bullet strikes that didn't have anything to do with the death of the president. Other factors that should have, marked a great deal of interest. We've all heard about the great ability of the FBI to solve crimes with just a little bit of evidence. Well, this is the white windbreaker coat that's found not far from the scene of Officer Tippett's murder. It's got a laundry mark in it, but Lee Harvey Oswald's too poor to launder his coats. So they looked in Dallas, and they said, we can't find anybody in Dallas who did this, so time to go back to Washington. Also in Officer Tippett's car, you can see in the back there a dark-colored suit coat. Now, Officer Tippett's wife has testified that that's not his coat. She doesn't know whose it is. But what in the world is he doing riding around the car with somebody else's suit coat? And why is another white windbreaker coat, found near the scene of his murder? Could it be that it's somehow related to these two men? I'm still somewhat nonplussed at why people would believe that J.D. Tippett was killed because he was an officer involved in an adulterous affair would bring discredit on the Dallas Police Department. I think it's much more likely that he was somehow involved in the transportation of these two men away from the scene. The man in the white coat is the man that has a little walkie-talkie device there, and the man that stands up and puts his fist in the air as the president responds to his shots. And this man is the man that had the umbrella and was pumping it up and down. But these are areas that the Warren Commission never really pursued. They had really no desire to identify these people, find out who they were, and what they were doing there. One of the things that really disturbed me here recently is Jackie's testimony. Mr. Ranking is interviewing her about what was heard in the back seats at the time of the shooting. And of course her response is she doesn't remember herself saying anything. She just wants to communicate to these people that she couldn't hear anything anybody said in the front seat because there was this big windshield between, I think, isn't there? And Rankin replies, yes, between the seats. Now what is he talking about, this big windshield between the seats? Was there some type of window that would go up and down, like an electric power window inside a limousine, that could go up to protect the driver from shot and go down after the event? I've never been able to see this in any pictures. But yet it's quite obvious that what she's trying to do is to bring this into the discussion about the windshield. And if you see the length of her testimony, the question stopped very soon thereafter.
31 questions.
And it didn't have much to do, or any more, with about the windshield. Here you see this is one of the bullet strikes to the chrome of the car. Now, of course, in the course of an investigation, the people you'd want to ask about this are the people who are sitting in the front seats. Could you tell us about this? What were your reactions? Do you remember seeing this? They really don't ask Greer and Kellerman about the strike and their reaction to the strike or when it occurred in the course of the shooting. They ask John Connolly about this. They don't ask Nellie. They ask John. Well, John, of course, can only remember that he was passing out at this time and doesn't have really good recollections. Here you have another picture of the presidential limousine. My concern about this photo was when this picture is taken. Is this picture taken in Dallas? Is it taken back in Washington, D.C.? But there you can see in the windshield a little starring. And then there's debate as to whether or not that's a strike from the front outside or from the rear on the inside. The fact of the matter is there's no hole in there big enough for a bullet to pass through, but there's a small piece of the windshield missing. And the statements by the people who provided the Secret Service was the fact that the glass in the windshield's not bulletproof. Well, that appears to be bulletproof glass there. Maybe it only wasn't bulletproof around the president. Going back in history, there's many things that people model and learn from as examples of good events and bad events. In 1943, in order to light the fires of resistance in Europe, the British thought it would be a good idea to kill those people inside the Nazi command structure. And so they picked a man by the name of Reinhold Heydrich, who was like the second in command under Himmler in Czechoslovakia. And this is one of those tight hairpin curves. And just about where you would see these men standing right there is where the attack came. The reason this site is picked is that as you come into the turn, you have to brake. You're coming down a hill, you have to brake, and so once somebody begins to fire on you, you can't stop braking. You can't accelerate to escape or you lose control. There's Reinhard Heydrich's car. Like most planned assassinations, things always go wrong, and you have to plan or have contingencies. In this case, the man that was supposed to kill the Reinhard Heydrich had a submachine gun. And how would you like to be standing out there with Reinhard Heydrich coming down the street and your machine gun jams? And as you try to clear that machine gun, your buddy is armed with a grenade. And Reinhard Heydrich, as you can see, the car stopped here. Why didn't he keep going? I mean, the fellow was so arrogant, he was going to go out and shoot him for having the audacity even to try to kill him. But when he stood up in the car, a grenade was thrown which exploded outside the car and drove fragments of the car with horsehair into him, and he eventually died of peritonitis. But you find all kind of things go wrong when you plan an assassination, and you have to prepare and have contingencies to cover those little mechanical events that nobody could predict. And I think that's what we see here today as we go through and we find all these discrepancies from the story of a lone crazed nut firing 3 rounds, that something just didn't go right with the plan. And consequently, all these other things start mounting up as little discrepancies. To look deeper into this, you find that there are some individuals who's been very deeply involved with the operation, as it might be called, and they still do not clearly speak of everything that transpired. I think that from my point of view, the thing I would have been most interested in is an investigation which begins to looking at motive. Who would benefit from the death of a president? Richard Case Nagel seems to present a lot of interesting information, and his inside connections seem to suggest that this was not just a simple matter of the United States and its military establishment taking on the President of the United States. He seems to think that there was another country involved, but he wanted to emphasize that the conspiracy that he had cognizance of was not inspired by the communists. It wasn't instigated by a foreign government or representative thereof, but there may have been individuals from other countries involved. The important thing here is, as we progress in our knowledge and desire, is that if indeed there was another nation or another group of people involved, is that our concepts of law and justice suggest that the guilty party should be punished, not their families. I find it very interesting to read about the writings of Jack Ruby. Now, Lee Harvey Oswald is always portrayed as being a dumb, sociopathic, antisocial personality, but yet when you read about Jack Ruby, he's constantly talking about Nazis, master race, and fears of the future and fears for his Jewish people. But yet I never have anybody characterize him as a paranoid, Nazi-fearing person. It's like this is something that shouldn't be discussed. Ruby's testimony before the Warren Commission is about fears of his people being annihilated, fears of the future, fears about the Nazis, and fears of his own death. With respect to Kennedy and his rise to power, it's interesting to find in conversations with other foreign leaders about perspective. The important phrase, it's how others view you, is very important, that you know how other people look at you. And Kennedy viewed himself as a candidate of the people, and his discussions with Khrushchev is trying to tell him that from his perspective that it was Rockefellers and other rich families that had brought him to power and that controlled him and told him what to do. And Kennedy's response is, hey, those guys didn't support me, those were Nixon fans. And Khrushchev's response is, they're very clever fellows, they know how to cover their trail. Being from Indiana is just something you have to talk about with family values. But looking back historically in time, you find some very interesting things. And sometimes I think as Americans, we have a problem almost like Mr. Magoo, our glasses are so thick and the vision and image so distorted of what we are and how others view us that we really can't get a good grasp or grip on events and how they're portrayed to us. The corporation called CBS Time Life was founded and predominantly controlled and owned by Henry Luce and Claire Booth Luce and their present descendants. And CBS has been a well-known used source for covert activities, overseas correspondence, and photographers for various intelligence agencies. But the Luce family was known first and foremost as being virulent anti-communists. It's interesting to note that the headquarters for CBS happens to be in Rockefeller Plaza. If you go back and you look through the campaign of 1960 about change and a new generation, you'll find that these assets had all good things to say about Kennedy. Nothing new there that would suggest that they were in any way opposed to him. Time magazine in 1938 printed information from the German propaganda sources when people in America began to be concerned about this problem of Jewish relocation. Time magazine put us all to rest when they showed pictures of nice elderly Jewish couple in front of a Bavarian chalet up in the mountains. This was nice relocation, nice retirement cottages, don't be concerned. It should be remembered that in the time of World War II that Joseph Kennedy Sr., Joseph Kennedy was a Nazi supporter. He thought that the Nazis were going to be a better business deal for Americans than siding with the British, and was encouraging neutrality. He was also known for being a virulent anti-Semite. Moving on to NBC. NBC is a corporation. It's publicly owned, but it's privately controlled, and the principal shareholder is General Electric. And General Electric is owned by the Rockefeller and the Morgan families. They control the controlling interests. And both of these families have been known for both their proclivity towards socialism, where the government provides the contract and you provide the service. You don't have to have the competitors that way. You just have to influence and control the men who give the contracts. During World War II, the Rockefeller Corporation Standard Oil, even as Britain was already engulfed in the war, was selling to the Germans the high-tech ability to make the high-octane aviation fuel. When our merchant marine ships were being sunk in the Atlantic, the German submarines were being filled with diesel fuel from Standard Oil subsidiaries in South America. It wasn't until after months into the war that the fledgling OSS was able to identify this and ask the board of directors to stop this activity as it was destructive to the American war effort. It should be noticed that the first big battle between JFK and Wall Street occurred with U.S. Steel, which is again a corporation predominantly owned by the Rockefeller and Morgan families. I don't mean in any way to say that these folks are indeed Nazis, but with respect to their socialism and their activities during World War II, they would certainly share the trend that was found amongst the German socialists. Moving on to the present day, when we look at the information and the growth upon the conglomeration of the news services, you get to CNN. And if you watch the news quite closely, you'll find that increasingly you get one perspective, one film footage, that CNN will catch the news and the other stations will show the news. But the appearance is that CNN is owned by Ted Turner and he's a dominant share owner, but the board of directors really controls the corporation, and the major seats are owned by Time Warner and by General Electric. Again, the same business families control the influence of that media. Going back in time, one area that really never is explored is, Jack Kennedy certainly was perceived in our country by individuals as being a threat to security because of his failure to take a military stance and attack to roll back communism. From what we learned the other day is that technologically we did have the missile superiority to substantiate the ability to use military forces. But were there any other nations where JFK's policies of peace versus war threatened the existence of other nations. You'll find that at the same time that we were having our Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a missile crisis occurring in the Middle East. Galen's organization, the conglomeration of old Nazi assets from Eastern Europe that had been used to fight the Russians, had surrendered itself to the OSS and the CIA. In 1962, it develops that the ex-Nazi scientists that developed the V-2 rockets that worked on chemical biological warfare are being brought to Egypt by Nasser, paid nice salaries to begin weapons programs for Egypt. And they parade through the streets their missiles to which they would deliver this. They had for warheads of this chemical weapons, biological weapons, and also nuclear weapons. That's not an atom bomb, but a warhead that would contain nuclear material like cobalt-60, strontium, plutonium, radioactive iodine, that if the missile hit the land, it wouldn't destroy great amounts of territory, but would make the land inhospitable. You couldn't live there. It would make an end to the Zionist dream of a homeland in Palestine. The consequence of this particular activity is that during the winter of 1963, the nation of Israel is dealing with the German government trying to put a stop to this flow of technology and individuals into Egypt. Ben-Gurion is the prime minister of Israel, Esar Helperin is his security chief, and they have meetings with the Adenauer government to try to stop this. The net result of this meeting is that the Adenauer government says that we really can't do anything about the actions of private German citizens. We don't control them once they leave the country. But we don't want to say we can't do anything. Maybe we can take away their passports. But of course, once they're in Egypt, their passport is no longer a problem. It's only a matter of those that have already gotten out. There is a flow of nuclear material that comes out of Germany to Egypt to start what they called radiation clinics to treat cancer. That's the cover for the material coming there. The question to be explored is, where did that nuclear material come from? How did it get there? The Germans weren't allowed to produce it. Where did it come from? Which nation gave it to them? I think that would shed some really interesting light upon how this crisis is also being caused. The Cold War is a real war. The truth is the first casualty for everybody involved. And as long as you continue to find deceit and deception with respect to the truth of what's really occurring, you're still in a Cold War. The Cold War hasn't ended. History has always told us that a Cold War will always end in a hot war. They're always just preliminaries. And so far, as you can see today, we still don't hear the truth about a lot of things that happened over 30 years ago. Old philosopher Emile Zola talks about the truth, what happens when you just press down the truth. Eventually when it breaks forth, there's a lot of explosive power loosed in society. And we seek for the truth, we want to know the truth. We have to also understand that the truth which sets us free will also have a lot of shattering effects inside the social societal structure of which we must be aware. Looking back in time, not everybody shared the same points of view as Jack Kennedy with respect to the Russians and communism. I guess Jack Kennedy was reared on ideology. De Gaulle felt that ideology was just a propaganda tool, that nationalism was a much bigger force to be contended with. He felt that the goals and aims of Mother Russia was always expansion to the West and through and into the Middle East. It should be noted that the two nations most strongly opposed any type of move into the Middle East would be Israel and the United States. Which brings me to the last thing I have to say is threats. When people make threats against you, it's important to remember those threats. One of the reasons that Castro is held as a possible originator of the plot is because in the fall of '63 he makes a statement that if the President of the United States thinks that he could attempt to kill him, that he's not beyond having that happen to himself. Here in the in the 30s and in the 60s, Russians make a threat that they might try to destroy us. The basic peg legs of a free society are trust in government, trust in our legal systems, and trust in our economy. And every day we see this. And since 1963, we find that the people's trust of the government falls, trust in our legal systems. I don't have to take the law into my own hands. The courts will sort it out. All these institutions, or trust in institutions, begin to fail. And the last peg is our economy. That is the value of our dollar. How sound is our economy? I like to interpret this last statement by Lenin, that the capitalist factories will produce the rope to hang the capitalists. I mean, what kind of product is produced from a capitalist factory? It's debt. And now the world swims in debt. It's a dollar debt. If anything happens to the faith and value of the American government, the soundness of that economy would be destroyed. I'll just conclude with one last statement. That would have been the last speech that Jack Kennedy made in Texas. Was that unless the Lord watch over the house, the watchman watcheth in vain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. If we could bring up the lights just briefly. While Wallace is getting ready, I'm glad that Philip touched on, he used the word fearful in the beginning. And with respect to what Russell said earlier, the last question that I ever asked to Harold Norman over the telephone, and I said, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. I said, but given that what we've spoken about tonight has the ability to kind of rattle the official cage a little bit, I said, are you afraid? And if you've ever seen Harold Norman either in the trial with Bugliosi or if you've read his testimony, he was always very yes sir, no sir. And I said, are you afraid? And he said, yes sir, I am. So it's still out there. I'd also like to just make a comment. Philip made the point that he didn't think Officer Tippett was killed because he was having an affair over in that neighborhood. And I read that article when it came out this summer, and actually there were 3 contentions within the article. There was 3 suggestions. That was one of them. And it's the person who wrote the article. I don't want you to think that's the only one. But I'm glad we got some debate going here. And certainly, I think we're going to have some time for Q&A. I hope we do. And when we do get done later on, please, let's interact. This is something that we all know about. I wasn't even going to suggest a question to that doctor that gave the talk on physics the other night because he was speaking to us. And it was wonderful, and I learned a great deal from it, but I'm not going to question him. But this is material that, please, feel free when we get to the Q&A, let's get something going here so we have something today and tomorrow to take home. Having said that, it is my great pleasure to introduce a fellow teacher, Wallace Milam, who is going to talk about some additional Warren omissions. And again, we've spoken about this, and I always find it fascinating, and I always find Wallace fascinating. So please welcome Wallace Milam.
First, I would like to speak about some medical evidence that you may not be aware of. It took quite a while for me to stumble upon this. There are many objections to the single bullet theory. I think people speak of trajectory, they speak of the condition of the bullet, they speak of the size of the relative sizes of the wounds in President Kennedy's body, entrance and exit. There is another, which I suppose that we know things and then we become aware of them perhaps at different times. And I mean by that, I think I really didn't appreciate this until a couple of years ago. And we can get this thing to, for what activates the remote is. That's very possible. There we go. Okay. Rewind works, forward doesn't. This could be a problem. I wonder what's going on over there. I want to go forward.
Staff to the rescue. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pushing rewind, and I want forward. Or reverse, and I want forward. I want the left one. It seems to be on. Yeah. At any rate, while this relates to Governor Connolly's wounds, something which to some extent has been rather taken for granted, and particularly it relates to the wrist wound. As you know, we have discussed a discrepancy in the relative size of the wounds in Kennedy's back as described at the autopsy, and the wound in Kennedy's throat as described before it was altered, as described by the emergency room physicians in Parkland Hospital. The Warren Commission made the wound in President Kennedy's back to be 4 by 7 millimeters, assuming that it was roughly a rectangle. It would yield those areas. The House Assassinations Committee has it described as a very much larger wound. However, it has been explained to me that this includes not only perhaps the wound but the contused area around it, because the House Assassinations Committee's measurements are based upon interpreting a photograph, whereas the top number, 4 by 7, of course, is the result of observation of the body itself. The throat wound we have no precise measurements for because it was altered. And Malcolm Perry made it to be 3 millimeters in circular. On another occasion, he called it 5 millimeters. Dr. Carrico referred to it as 5 millimeters. Assuming that it was 5 millimeters and was round, it would produce 19 square millimeters. At any rate, we can say that the throat wound in the front wound was smaller than the wound in President Kennedy's back or neck, and this has been cited as some evidence for the fact that obviously that exit wounds are normally larger, and this has been explained in various ways by a shored up collar. Has been offered as one explanation why the Warren Commission's exit wound in the front of the throat was so small, etc., etc. But there is a greater discrepancy than that in terms of entrance and exit. It doesn't relate to Kennedy, it relates to Connally. Now, of course, the official version is that the bullet struck Governor Connally in the dorsal side or the back of the wrist, passed through the wrist, produced a comminuted fracture of the radius, severed partially the radial nerve, did damage to some tendons, as we will see, and exited through the volar or underside of the wrist. Very few people have taken account of the sizes and so forth and of the damage along that path. We know, for example, that there were 7 or 8 pieces of bone produced from the operative report. We know that there were either 2 or 3 pieces of metal removed from the wrist, and a great deal, and there was also some fabric carried into the wrist. Some fibers from a coat were carried into the wrist also. Now, this is the operative report of Dr. Gregory. And I call your attention particularly to this area here, where there was a wound of exit. Originally, there were 10 spaces here. I believe that the original word there was laceration. He's speaking here about the volar or underside of the wrist. Indications are that at one time the word wound was there. Wound doesn't fit. There's enough space for the word laceration. It is my belief that originally he had written laceration, because when we compare sizes, the dorsal wound was 2 centimeters in length according to Gregory's operative report. When he testified for the first time for the Warren Commission, he made this 2 centimeters. In his second testimony, he described the wound as being 2.5 centimeters by 1/2 centimeter. At any rate, we can arrive at a figure of at least 2 centimeters according to the man who operated on the wrist for the dorsal wound. It was oblique. There was a loss of tissue and considerable contusion. All this comes to the operative report. In his Warren Commission testimony, Dr. Gregory referred to this as ragged and linear in nature. The damage was remarkably all on the dorsal side of the wrist. There were dark organic fibers in the wound. The radial nerve, superficial radial nerve, had been partially severed, and a tendon was transected completely. It later turns out that it was the extensor pollicis brevis, and to have that pronunciation about right. Yet the wound on the underside, the volar wound, the exit wound here, if you would, had no dimensions given in the operative report. In his March 23rd testimony, Gregory said that this was not more than a centimeter across. In his April 11th testimony, he referred to this wound's dimensions twice, once calling it 1.5 centimeters and the other calling it 1/2 centimeter. But there, at any rate, no matter which set of figures one accepts, the exit wound on the underside is considerably smaller than the entrance wound on the dorsal side of the wrist, but there is much more. The wound on the underside was described by Gregory in these terms at various times as a transverse laceration, which is one reason why I believe laceration is the word he had originally written in his operative report. He said it did not gape. It was a small laceration. It lay in the skin crease. It was an innocent-looking thing which had no characteristics of a wound of exit. And later he would say, as you examine this wrist casually, it was a very innocent-looking thing indeed. And it was not until it was probed that its true nature in connection with the remainder of the wound was evident. But when I read about his probing, I found that he found nothing in the probing. All the damage was done from the dorsal side of the wrist to the radius itself, to the bone itself. There was no damage on the underside of the wrist. In other words, there was no pathway that could be traced through the wrist. There was damage down to the radius. 15 years later, Dr. Bodden examined John Connolly. He noted the scar from the wound on the dorsal side, but on the underside, as one might guess from such a tiny little wound, there was nothing left but a fine heel surgical scar on the underside of the wrist. In other words, there was no sign of a wound, just the surgical scar, in which I believe 3 stitches were used to close. Dr. Robert Shaw always felt that only a fragment exited through the wrist of John Connolly. Dr. Shaw always felt that the bullet did not pass through the wrist. He felt that the bullet struck the bone and that possibly only a fragment passed through the wrist. He felt that if the bullet had carried on through the wrist, the bone fragments which were found in the wound would have been carried out, at least some of them, there were 7 or 8, would have been carried out with the bullet as it exited. Remember, this bullet is tumbling. Remember, this bullet has to have struck the wrist base first, and the material deposited from this bullet has to have come from the base. The bullet has to have been tumbling. So we have a curious situation here in which a bullet tumbling, having already yawed and done a number of other things, has to strike the dorsal side of the wrist, produce a wound of some 1.5 to 2 centimeters in length, and emerge after doing considerable damage, creating bone, shattering bone, leaving behind some of its metal, has to emerge through a hole 1/3 or 1/4 the size of its entrance. Now, this is why I think it's so remarkable. In the case of the Kennedy wound, we have an exit wound in the front of the throat, if we want to follow the Warren Commission's version, which is somewhat smaller than the entrance wound, arguably. But here we have one measured by the doctor, which is not only somewhat smaller, but is remarkably smaller, and not only that, but had no characteristics of an exit wound according to the person who saw it. At first, Dr. Gregory did not associate this slit on the volar side of the wrist with the wound, because it had no characteristics of it. Dr. Gregory was sure that whatever missile caused the wound to Connolly's wrist must have been deformed or irregular, or it would not have snagged and severed the nerves and tendons as it did. So we have an irregular missile, and he was sure, of course, that it hit base first. And how is that related to this? Of course, obviously, both Dr. Shaw and Dr. Gregory felt that the 2 fragments found in the front seat were more likely to have caused the wrist wound than CE 399. They were very obvious about that. I had occasion to talk with Dr. Shaw in 1992 in early June at a meeting of the Council of World Affairs here in Dallas. He attended, and he made these statements that he felt that the bullet didn't go through the wrist. He felt that the bullet had not struck someone else first. He felt that it was not a keyhole-shaped wound. Dr. John Latimer was the major presenter that night. Dr. Shaw, during the question and answer at the end, disagreed with Dr. Latimer completely about whether the bullet had struck someone else. So I had occasion to talk with Dr. Shaw over in the corner, as it were, for some 15 or 20 minutes. And he was quite certain that, in his view, the bullet had struck the wrist, ricocheted, had struck the bone, the great body of the bullet had ricocheted off the wrist and gone to the front seat of the car. Remember that bullet fragments were found within a few feet of where John Connolly was in that car. CE 399 was found somewhere, somehow. And the bullet fragments were found in much closer proximity to John Connolly at the time he was shot than anything else. He was quite certain that this bullet, that the fragments found in the front seat area were what had caused Governor Connolly's wrist wound, and that no bullet had absolutely penetrated the wrist. Well, you realize, of course, that if the bullet did not penetrate the wrist, if it did not exit through this tiny slit, which had no width, on the underside of the wrist, then the possibility of a whole bullet entering the thigh is non-existent. And the possibility of the bullet being on a stretcher which attended Governor Connolly at the hospital would appear to be non-existent also. This is a neat, one of the persons I enjoyed Dr. DeMaio's comments particularly because he is one of the persons who has been trotted out most often by Gerald Posner, Martin Fackler, and others in defense of their findings concerning the single bullet theory. So I went to his textbook on what happens when bullets hit bone, and what he says is that when a bullet penetrates the bone, a number of bony fragments move forward in the direction of the bullet, and these act as secondary missiles. In this case, if that had occurred, those bony fragments, 7 to 8 of them, which were found in the wound, should have exited, some of them at least on the underside, along with the bullet which allegedly exited there too, unless the bullet didn't exit there. Now, all of you are familiar with Arlen Specter's question, which he put to one doctor after another, which requires more assumptions than most of us can account. He applied that to Kennedy's neck wound. I have applied that to Connolly's wrist wound. Specter would probably have said this: I ask you to assume the following factors to be true: that a 6.5 millimeter Mannlicher or Carcano bullet, having already passed through a human neck and a human torso, having already blown out 4 inches of a human rib, having already emerged through the anterior wall of a human chest while tumbling, then struck the dorsal side of the wrist base first, creating a ragged, oblique, contused wound 2 centimeters in length, then carried fibers from the coat into the wound, where it severed the radial nerve and the tendon of the extensor pollicis brevis muscle and produced a comminuted fracture of the radius, leaving 7 to 8 pieces of bone and 2 or 3 pieces of metal from the bullet just beneath the fractured radius. Assume further that the bullet then proceeded through the underside of the wrist, doing no damage to nerves, muscles, or tendon, leaving no bone, no metal, and no fibers, then emerged undeformed with its surface intact and only 2.5 grains of its mass loss through a 1 centimeter slit which had no characteristics of a wound of exit. Could this have been a wound of exit? And given those questions and phrased as it was, all of them would have had to have said yes.
Absolutely.
Given those hypotheticals and those presumptives. And remarkably, this question never came up. The question of the relative sizes of Connolly's wrist wound never came up, or it would have forced Dr. or Mr. Specter back to his laboratory of hypotheticals to create an even greater one, I guess. But I thought that you might be interested in the fact that I had never really appreciated this. I'd like to thank Dr. Robert Artwohl, who for calling our attention to this in writing an article in JAMA in which he said there's nothing unusual about an exit wound being smaller than an entrance wound like the one in Kennedy's neck. Just look at the one in Connolly's wrist. So I did, and this is what I found, and I found it even more remarkable. Now, the rest of the things I have to say, we don't necessarily need any lights down. I would like to comment on some things some areas where I think the Warren Commission might have had opportunities. I think, for example, it's a personal opinion of mine that one of the keys to solving the case, which was in the hands of the authorities early on, were the comments of Sheriff Buddy Walters here in Dallas, and something which I'm sure you're familiar with. Buddy Walters' report, which he relied upon the Alan Sweat of the Dallas Police Department Intelligence, that Cubans were meeting at a house in 1326 Harlandale, North Harlandale, that Lee Oswald had been seen at this house and that those Cubans had been there a few days before the assassination and left a few days after. That was a matter of record in the first few days after the assassination. If it was followed up on, we have no record of it. But I think that, frankly, was a golden opportunity. I have asked, since the release of the Kennedy documents from HSCA, I have asked for any material relating to Harlandale, and so far we haven't found any. You can ask for individuals, Rodriguez and others from Alpha 66, and there are things. I think that was a golden opportunity. I think that you people who heard John Armstrong last night, regardless of what you thought of his presentation in terms of what it means, I don't think John knows what he thinks of his presentation yet, what it means. He's asking questions, as he should be. But anyone who heard that presentation and realizes that 31 years after the fact, one person can find those discrepancies in the childhood of Lee Harvey Oswald realizes that a great Warren omission was the failure. They had within the facilities within days to have begun this investigation, to have found those discrepancies and to have resolved them. And I certainly think that's a major omission. Clearly, I would think that the failure for the Warren Commission to examine the autopsy photographs and x-rays, if indeed they didn't, was a major omission. But I think it goes further than that. A true and fair investigation would have called the Parkland doctors to meet with the autopsy doctors and to have made a comparison, and the Parkland doctors should have been shown those autopsy photographs and x-rays. Also, the technology of the Zapruder film, which has been questioned now years after the fact. Very little effort was made to establish just exactly where Zapruder went after the assassination, every step that was pursued in the handling of that film, the technology of that. One of the things that has come to mind in recent times, certainly with the release of the House Assassinations Committee's documents, the Warren Commission did a pathetically inept job in handling Michael and Ruth Payne. And wait till you see some of the things that are coming out of the archives about the Paynes. That Minox camera was clearly stated to be Michael Payne's in the FBI report, which should have raised some questions. This is something that has troubled me. Some of you may have an answer to this. I'd like to hear it later if you do. The backyard photographs, Oswald's black outfit. Marina says she has no recollection of it. It's not in the property that was confiscated after the assassination. I just wondered about that. You would have thought that somebody would have asked that that be reproduced. I'll close by telling you that I do presentations in colleges, schools, universities around the country, a number of them each year, and I really enjoy the question and answer sessions, most of all, because I've pretty well gotten my presentation down pat now after 400 plus times, and I enjoy the questions and answers. I could always anticipate there are certain questions that will always be asked. The third or fourth question will be about Lyndon Johnson being involved. What a negative tribute that every audience asks that all these years. And I always enjoy it because it's an ego trip, too. You can stand there and quote chapter and verse because you've had the questions before, and it really makes you feel like that you really know something. And you know you've had the questions before, so you can do citations that make you appear to be far more knowledgeable, I suppose, than you really are. And so I was unprepared at Arkansas State University about 10 years ago. This sophomore stood up and said, did anybody check to see if the gun had been fired recently? And my inclination to say, well, what it is, the real point is, what you're asking here, I don't know. Because I didn't know, and it turns out that nobody checked. Isn't that correct? It was a dirty gun, but as to when it had been fired lately, and if anybody actually performed one of those highly complex sniff tests to see if it had been fired lately. Apparently no one did, yes.
A dirty gun that left no prints
Yes.
or indications on the bag.
I can tell you,
Right.
however, this microphone has not been fired recently.
So, and of course, finally, I would say this, and I'd like to apologize to these people up here who will recall this person's name, and why I can't recall it now. I just used it a couple of weeks ago. Oswald's representation before the Warren Commission. The person from the Justice Department, what was his name, who was to look after Oswald's interests? Craig, yes,
Craig,
yes,
yeah.
Walter Craig. The seldom heard Walter Craig. Yes, a legitimate, I wonder how that would have gone had Oswald had adversarial rights and Oswald's family been allowed to question witnesses also in an adversarial relationship. If somebody said if Mark Lane had gotten the job, well, the hearings would still be going on, but we might have gotten much closer to the truth. So when we start making a catalog of Warren omissions, we could be here for the remainder of this week, frankly. But those are some that I hear audiences ask about, and those are some that trouble me. Thank you.
Thank you again, Wallace. I had the opportunity to moderate a panel at COPA 5 weeks ago, and I got to introduce Wallace on that occasion, and he was speaking on the Martin Luther King assassination. So whereas there are very many of us, myself included, that, well, I know he was shot. Wallace is truly multidimensional, and I enjoyed his remarks today just as much as I did back on October 9th at COPA. A couple things that he said that just I'd like to say before I introduce Al Navis for 1 minute. He used the phrase, to begin within days. I think it's interesting that if we put it in perspective, the Warren Commission was created on November 29th. They called their first witness on February 3rd. That's 66 days. Now just imagine while you were watching that slow-speed chase on television on June the 17th, that if the LAPD had said, we're going to send out a pickup call for this guy and we want him interviewed within the next 9 weeks sometime. This Simpson fella. The other thing that was interesting when he talked about the Zapruder film, and Richard Trask in his book Pictures of the Pain goes through a great deal of the pedigree, but he does not answer Wallace's question, and he tells where everything went. But the most important thing that he doesn't say or doesn't allude to is that no copy of the Zapruder film ever went to the Dallas Police Department, who in fact were investigating the case. Secret Service got them, some got locked away, the FBI got them. The people investigating the case on that Friday were the Dallas police, and they weren't allowed to see it. So for where we know it went or where we know it didn't go, the one thing we do know is that the authorities that should have gotten it didn't. With that, just prior to taking a few-minute break and returning with John Newman and myself, Al Navis has something he'd like to share with you very briefly, and I think it bears quite heavily on the conference.
Thanks, Walt. Our good friend and pioneering researcher, Penn Jones, Jr., is quite ill. Both Robert Grodin and John Judge tried to visit Penn and Elaine Jones yesterday and were told by Elaine that he was too ill to see anyone. Kidney problems have become more serious to the point where this could very well be the end. They were forced to sell his book collection for $2,500, less than 5% of its value, to buy their mortgage to prevent them from being evicted. They need help. They need help now. If there are any people out there who are able to assist one of the original assassination researchers, if you could please send a check for any amount you can afford to John Judge at COPA. The address is on the inside back cover of your program book. And tell John that you wish the money to go to Penn. Finally, as many of you know, Penn Jones, for the past 31 years, has returned to Dealey Plaza every November 22nd for a moment of silence in respect for John F. Kennedy. Penn won't be there tomorrow. In his place, both Robert Groden and John Judge have agreed to temporarily take his place. It is a job that no one can fill. So if you could possibly attend tomorrow the memorial tribute following Mary Farrell's closing remarks as not only a memory to John Kennedy, but as a prayer for Penn Jones. Thank you.
Before you leave the lecture, can you write now, drop some dollars?
Certainly. If anyone wants to contribute now, John will pass it on to Penn very quickly. Thanks, George Michael. Thanks, Walt. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Also, please keep in mind, Penn Jones was one of the only person that published that early on this close to Dallas, Texas, which took a lot of courage to do.
For all of you people who have never met Penn Jones, Steve?
John Newman will be speaking to us about one very specific, breaking in new lips today, one very specific omission, and it's a great pleasure to introduce John. He's the author, of JFK and Vietnam. He will have a new book this spring, Lee Harvey Oswald and the CIA.
Right, we already went over that.
Just in case anybody didn't know. And as I only learned this week, having seen it for about the 35th time, he is a member of the cast of the movie JFK, which I got a kick out of, not having recognized him the first 34 times. So please welcome Dr. John Newman.
Good morning, and I have just a few words to share with this morning. I'm saving my thunder for this evening. I believe the largest omission is Oswald's Cuban story, and I'm going to show you what's new in the files tonight. I'm going to take an hour to go through this material. I'm going to talk about something right now that I will not have time to go into, which concerns the FBI. Mostly what we're going to see tonight is the CIA, some FBI material, and the CIA perspective of it. But what I want to talk to you right now about is a huge defect, which has really been there for 30 years. And that defect concerns Oswald's FBI files in this city, in Dallas. What I'm talking about is an FBI file on Lee Harvey Oswald that is not the FBI file that is in the National Archives. I'm talking about Oswald's Dallas FBI files. We have today in the National Archives a Dallas file on Lee Harvey Oswald, a Dallas FBI file on Lee Harvey Oswald. We also have such a file, of course, from New Orleans, from New York, from Chicago, and in fact, it's surprising how many FBI field offices actually had some records on Lee Harvey Oswald. Headquarters opened a file on Oswald immediately after his defection. Now, what I want to talk to you about is the number, the serial that the FBI attaches to these pieces of paper. Quite apart from what's in the documents, students of the case will be fascinated now that we have all these documents to study those numbers, whether they're CIA numbers or FBI numbers. Now, for the very devoted amongst you here, I would refer you to Commission Exhibits 833 and 834, I believe. And I'm speaking on the fly here, so please forgive me if I've misspoken about this, but they're in the Warren documents, the exhibits. And what we have here are two FBI exhibits which describe Lee Harvey Oswald's FBI records. I believe in the first case, 833 purports to be a complete listing of what the FBI held on Lee Harvey Oswald prior to the assassination. In other words, the FBI's pre-assassination file. When you look at this list, it becomes evident, if you've studied very closely all of his FBI records, that there is something big missing from this list, which is in the Warren, somewhere in the Warren volumes. And that's a report written by John Fain in May of 1960. At this time, of course, the headquarters file had been open now several months. The headquarters of the FBI, or the Bureau, had assigned the serial 105. In fact, the entire number is 105-82555. That would be Lee Harvey Oswald's headquarters FBI file. Now, these numbers mean something. Not the numbers after the dash so much as what comes before it, because the numbers that come before it describe the functional nature of the file. And 105 is for counterintelligence. The headquarters opened up a counterintelligence file on Lee Harvey Oswald after his defection and left it open. In May 1960, John Fain wrote a report. In this report, it's about 7 pages long. It's a very extraordinary one, really. It's the first major report on Lee Harvey Oswald. About 7 pages, including a full description of him, the life and times of his youth and his joining the service and so on and so forth. It bore the serial 105. I believe -976, and again, forgive me, I'm doing this totally from memory right now. Within a year, there would be another file in Dallas on Lee Harvey Oswald bearing the serial 100, and I do not recall at this very instant the rest of the numbers after that, so it would read 100 dash in several numbers. That's the file that is in the National Archives today. That is the file we have to look at when we ask the question, what did the Dallas FBI field office have on Lee Harvey Oswald? The problem with this is, what in the hell is the 105 number doing on the Fain report of May 1960? Did they do a one-time issue of this serial? It was a mistake and they changed it later? Well, we have enough evidence to know that's not what happened. What took place was a rather extraordinary FBI investigation into Lee Harvey Oswald. It involved FBI programs that were extremely sensitive. I spoke yesterday, I think, about this whole problem of Lee Oswald's files, if they're totally displayed, getting us into all sorts of sensitive government operations. I had in mind the H.T. Lingle program at the Central Intelligence Agency, where they actually had 4 or 5 people in LaGuardia Airport steaming open our mail with irons. They did this. You can read about it in the various government investigations that we've had along the years. Of course, it was illegal. And in this case, I believe we're dealing with the same problem set. In other words, the FBI had its own programs. And I believe here, I call it a bank tapping operation. I don't know that that's what they called it, but they had the ability to acquire information on bank transfers. And it may involve other programs. But at a minimum, what we were talking about in this case was an investigation into Lee Harvey Oswald that really proceeds through checking out Marguerite Oswald's bank transfers to Russia and everything that ensued from that. So the sequence goes something like this. Oh my gosh, my poor son. Look what's happened to him. He's over there in Russia. I must help him. And Marguerite makes some attempts to locate him, contact him, and to send him money. In fact, he's very coarse and cold about this. If you look at the record, he doesn't care about her. He hangs up the phone on her when she tries to phone him. He doesn't answer her letters other than to scrawl a little note, "Send money." It's about the only thing he had to say. So she attempted on several occasions to do that, and on the third attempt actually wired transferred funds, tried to make sure they would get to him. I don't know exactly what the sequence is. It may be that this automatically tripped a wire inside the FBI's system. But it leads to the Fain report. And the title of that report isn't Lee Harvey Oswald. It's called Funds Transferred to Russia. And it's very interesting that there is a whole string of documents that are put into this file, 105, I believe, as I said, 976, whatever it is. And this continues up through 1961, and amazingly enough, in 1963, in the new files, I found an FBI document from the summer of 1963, almost wholly redacted, by the way. It's all blacked out, but in the margin is handwriting, as an FBI clerk writing this, and it clearly shows 105-976. Still in 1963. This file's been open the entire time. It actually gives us a page reference, page 17. Now, paralleling the 105 file here in Dallas was a new file opened at the Bureau. Understand, they already have a file open on him. I described it to you a minute ago, a counterintelligence file, 105-82555. At headquarters, they open a file with a different serial on it, 100. 100, by the way, a 100 series file in the FBI is something called internal security. In this case, I believe that we've seen internal security Russia is most commonly what you see in FBI documents on Oswald. Internal security is not exactly the same thing as counterintelligence. Of course, it's related, but not necessarily the same. Investigating people who might be writing to the worker, the communist organizations aren't necessarily a counterintelligence case. They could be. Oswald's original file, of course, has to be because he's defected. And that's the context of the 105 opening at Bureau. And it's not surprising, to me anyway, that when Dallas opened its very first file, that they too would pick the 105 serial. But what we have here is a case when Dallas begins its investigation into Lee Harvey, Dallas FBI begins their investigation into Lee Harvey Oswald. Headquarters the Bureau opens a new file and assigns it a 100 serial. And all the information which is dumped into Oswald's Dallas 105 serial is dumped into the Bureau 100 serial. Now this pattern continues for over a year. Today, these files are missing. They're not even listed as ever having existed. Now that's not right. The law requires that if the government wants to withhold a record, in this case, they may request postponement indefinitely, as long as they want to make the request for it. But they have to acknowledge the existence of these records. And by golly, a 7-page report on Lee Harvey Oswald's an assassination record, and the Warren Commission knew it, and that's why you can see the Fain report in the Warren, in the Warren, I forget which volume it is right now, frankly, but it's there. There's no question but this is a Lee Harvey Oswald document. But the thought of the FBI not even listing the 100 file at Bureau headquarters or the 105 file in Dallas boggles my mind. And I have broached this subject with the Review Board and the National Archives, and I can tell you that Steve Tilley, who is the archivist for the JFK records, was absolutely flabbergasted when I confronted him with these numbers. See, I have documents, and in fact, what makes this such a cut and dry case is the Fain report that I'm talking to you about. It stands there as a huge monument to this problem. It has the number right up on it, and it does not have the 100 number. So what we have here is an evagination, if you can understand conceptually. It's a bit complicated, but you have a counterintelligence file at headquarters, and then what happens is Dallas opens the counterintelligence file, the Bureau opens an internal security file, and all this data that proceeds from this incredible story of what Marguerite tries to do, transferring the funds. Fain goes out, interviews her, learns about Oswald's whole life, writes up a report. It goes through the intelligence committee, and then subsequent reports all go into these serials, and they're gone. It's interesting, the Dallas FBI office doesn't acknowledge having an investigation or a file on Oswald until 1961, in spite of the fact that we have this huge Fain report. Now, this problem doesn't end here. It also crops up in the case of New York City FBI field office. And the reason for that, I believe, is because the nature of the material that is going into these files that are hidden or haven't been acknowledged all flows from FBI actions being taken in New York City. So that, and I'm speaking now, I'm not showing you slides, I'm doing this in just a couple of minutes, but it would take, I'll have to ask you to trust me that the basis for this is totally documentary. But what happens is that when the bank transfer occurs, it is picked up in New York. The tripwire is actually in New York, where this transfer takes place. And it's the New York field office that gets the ball rolling. And will continue to do this in a number of interesting ways for the rest of Lee Harvey Oswald's life. Because when he writes to the Worker, the Communist Party USA paper, or to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, where do you think those letters go? They go to New York. The FBI is breaking into these places, or has an informant inside these organizations that is photographing Oswald's letters. You can see photographs of these letters in the Warren Commission report. It's the information from this type of black bag operations and illegal surveillance of Americans' bank accounts, and perhaps others, I believe that makes these files sensitive, without regard to the sensitivity of Oswald and the Oswald problem and the assassination of Kennedy. So we have two possibilities here. They're being hidden to protect sensitive programs, or they could be hidden because they're protecting some dastardly dark secret about the assassination. I don't know which one it is, and I don't really care at this point. I'm most concerned about getting the truth and forcing the FBI to acknowledge the existence of these files and to put them in the National Archives where they belong, and let the Review Board make the call on whether we should look at what's in these files or not. Now, I bring this to your attention as an omission on this panel, as a Warren omission, because the Warren Commission has the Fain report in it. They had the 105 Dallas number. And no one on that commission asked, well, wait a minute, this isn't from the file you gave us. This isn't even listed in CE 833. Where is this from? It's a huge defect. Furthermore, I would point out to those of you who are into the FBI story of Lee Harvey Oswald that there are other numbers besides these. There is another series on Oswald, which begins with, which is the numbers 65. And the reason we know this isn't because we're guessing. A researcher by the name of Paul Hoke, which many of you know, Paul has done some very fine work for the research community over the years in prying loose documents with FOI requests and badgering federal agencies with long letters. Well, Paul Hoke got hold of 3 or 4 documents many years ago in the 70s. And they mystified him because he didn't recognize any of the numbers on them. In fact, in his own newsletter to the research community, he said, I don't understand even why I've been given these documents. Well, I think it was a mistake. I don't think he should have been looking. He was supposed to have been seeing these numbers. But the interesting thing about it is, even though most of the content is all redacted or blacked out, they didn't black out the numbers on the bottom. And guess what? On these particular pieces of paper, we have cross-referenced the 100 and the 105 and the 65 numbers. And you can trace these back. And these documents pertain to the period between the time when Oswald was getting on the boat and his defection. These files contain dates and references to letters that are pre-defection. Quite an interesting problem, isn't it? What was the FBI's interest in Lee Harvey Oswald prior to October 31st, 1959? That's the day he defected. It was Halloween. Saturday. Well, I don't know what the answer to that is, but the dates are very, very interesting that crop up in these 65 serials. The 2 dates that crop up are the dates that he applied for his passport, no, actually that it was approved, and the second date coincides with the date that he got his visa to go in through Helsinki. Now, it doesn't say Helsinki, it doesn't say visa. These are just dates of letters, but the dates do coincidentally fall on the same dates that he applied for his passport in California and that he got his visa when he was in Helsinki. Now, I know it's just probably a great coincidence, and we must, using the doctrine of restraint that I tried to talk about yesterday and the day before, I think we should restrain ourselves from jumping to that conclusion. But the review board can help us out. They can show us what's behind those dark spots. But the capper on this is, what does the serial 65 stand for? Espionage. That's what it's for. 65 files are espionage files. In any event, I'm going to stop now. The whole problem of the Dallas 105, the Bureau 100, and the headquarters file, the New York files on Oswald, and whatever these 65 serials are, I think is very central to what the FBI knows about Oswald and what the nature of their investigation into him is. And for those of you here in Dallas, you can help me out, you can help out the research community by asking the local FBI office here to release the 105 file here in Dallas. We want to know what's in those files. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I'd like to make an announcement from Al Navis that I think it's a typical statement of the people that are here that care this weekend, that in that
Let's talk after.
quick blitz at the podium, $585 was raised for Penn Jones. I'm going to be talking on the Warren omission, beginning with the concept that the Warren commission was made up of 7 individuals with no knowledge of criminal procedure, accepting the report they produced, no knowledge of criminal investigation, pathology, ballistics, or weaponry. Expert witnesses such as Schoenfeld, Frazier, Latona, Cole, Stombaugh, and Cadigan were called to give testimony when people like that, but not necessarily those individuals, should have been on the commission asking the questions. I wrote this up last Wednesday, and it occurred to me as I was looking through it this morning, what I would like you to do, if anybody would be willing to help me with this. My address is in the brochure. Some of you have my business card. Write down and drop me a line as not necessarily the names But who should have been on the Warren Commission? Attorneys, doctors, whatever. You don't have to name names, but should it have been the 7 hacks that they had, or who? And I would really like to hear from you, and if we get a decent number, I'll publish it as yet another statistic in there, as a cross-study of what the Warren Commission should have been. So I would very much like your input. In the key area of the medical results, the Warren Commission either bullied or ignored the Parkland doctors, and in some cases, because the same individual, oral inspector, asked all of the questions, there were clearly indications of subornation of perjury. The doctors were essentially asked or told to lie. Of note, the average Warren Commission witness was asked 225.26 questions. The average doctor was asked 81.3. Clearly, nobody wanted to hear what they had to say, and what they did say was not heard. With respect to the autopsy, 3 career government employees whose future depended on following orders gave the entire autopsy testimony. Humes was asked 215 questions, Colonel Fink was asked 75, and Commander Boswell was asked 14. 123 Warren Commission witnesses were asked 14 or more preliminary questions. State your name, occupation, where do you live? And some were asked in the hundreds. And again, you contrast that to Boswell's entire testimony of 14 questions. As Russell noted this morning, no experts were called to verify the autopsy results. The Warren Commission was made up of, oddly, 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats. And I think we would have to search our history books in great depth to find a presidential commission made up with a majority like that of the opposition party. Food for thought. In reading and rereading testimony of witnesses again and again and hoping to find that elusive clue, 3 groupings stick out as among the best reading. Group 1 is what I would call the idiots separated at birth, and is composed of Marguerite Oswald and J. Edgar Hoover. Neither of them, you can laugh, I wrote it seriously. Neither of them answered the questions that they were asked, as one was too busy trying to prove that Lee Oswald was on the United States payroll, and the other was too busy trying to prove he wasn't. While the American public had a perception of Margaret Oswald as nothing better than a shrew, they should have been allowed to read her testimony side by side with J. Edgar Hoover. And it's nothing more, I suggest to you, than the absurdity of naming that building in Washington the J. Edgar Hoover FBI building. And I hope that does not begin a trend, because I could foresee a future of the Lizzie Borden Department of Forestry, the John Wayne Gacy Department of Agriculture, the John T. Scopes Education Department, and the Al Capone Commerce Building. Group 2 is the strange bedfellows category. Arguably, the 2 most fascinating bits of testimony given at any time were given by 2 men, both of whom flat out told the Warren Commission that they were full of crap. 2 individuals clearly not separated at birth were General Walker, who did his own investigating and told the Warren Commission that Oswald had not fired at him, and the other one was Mark Lane, who also did his own investigating and told the Warren Commission that he had learned more of the truth on the resources available out of his wallet than the Warren Commission had learned on carte blanche tax dollars. And he's probably right. Group 3 is the Dallas doctors. They told the Warren Commission exactly what it did not want to hear, and as a result, they were badgered, harassed, or ignored. In interviewing them, all inspector began with the CYA approach, and of course you know that CYA stands for cover your butt. The clear-cut focus, and I don't know how many of you read this, but it's about 150 pages of testimony for all the doctors, compared with a volume and a half testimony of police officers who watched Oswald being shot, which is available on film anyhow. The clear-cut focus of inspector's investigation is who was there, who was in the room, who was present, who came in, who were the nurses, and it just repeats itself over and over again in a way you say, this guy doesn't want to know what they saw. They're trying to find out who they have to get to and who they have to speak with, and whose testimony, as Russell pointed out this morning, they had to kind of point in the correct direction. And he never explained, is there a hint of why he's asking these questions? But that's the way it went. It's clearly his first priority, and it takes up more space, concern, and number of questions than learning what the doctors did or what they saw. Of course, the Dallas doctors were not career government stooges, and they did know gunshots when they saw them. Although critics have said, well, you know, Dr. Paul Peters is a urologist, with the implication, of course, that that makes him ineligible to recognize wounds. And one thing that you have to understand, that Parkland Hospital in 1963 was one of the finest trauma centers anywhere. It's very arguable if John Connolly had been taken anywhere else, he wouldn't have made it. Nevertheless, it was that kind of care treatment because all of these doctors, regardless of their specialty, rotated through the emergency area on a regular basis, where we can hypothesize that they did see a large number of gunshot wounds. Paul Peters clearly did not spend his time in the emergency room waiting for patients to come in because someone had urinated on them. So what did the doctors have to say? Dr. Carrico, with respect to the head, there seemed to be a 4 to 5 centimeter area of avulsion of the scalp, and the skull was fragmented and bleeding cerebral and cerebellar tissue. Volume 6, page 3. A large gaping wound located in the right occipito-parietal area. I would estimate it to be 5 to 7 centimeters, and of course in the testimony, some of you may have noticed, it says 5 by 71, which allows them to say, well, it was a typo. The whole thing is wrong. 5 by 7 centimeters in size, which is about the size of a baseball. More or less circular, with avulsions of the calvarium and scalp tissue. As I stated before, I believe there were shredded, macerated cerebral and cerebellar tissues, both in the wounds and on fragments of the skull attached to the dura. The throat wound, 4 to 7 millimeters in size, rather round, no jagged edges, no stellate lacerations, and that's something that occurs when a bullet explodes outward and you get that star effect, or what would happen when a person is shot point blank close in. The skin explodes in the same way. He was asked at least 5 times who was present. Dr. Perry also asked at least 5 times who was present. Throat, a small wound in the lower anterior third in the midline of the neck from which blood was exuding very slowly. The wound was roughly spherical to oval in shape, not a punched out wound actually, nor was it particularly ragged. It was rather clean cut. Head wound. I noted there was a large wound of the right posterior parietal area in the head exposing lacerated brain. There was blood and brain tissue on the cart, a large avulsive injury to the right occipital parietal area. Question, are the autopsy findings consistent with your observations? Yes, I think there are no discrepancies at all. There's also indication that Humes called him on Friday, and our inspector cut in, could it have been Saturday morning? Dr. Kemp Clark, I then examined the wound in the back of the president's head. This was a large gaping wound in the right posterior part with cerebral and cerebellar tissue being damaged and exposed. He also noted that Perry said very little at the Saturday press conference, and parenthetically we can say after the phone call from Commander Humes. Inspector to Clark, did you see a hole 2.5 centimeters to the right of the EOP measuring 15 by 6 millimeters? No. And here there is still the belief that the wound of entry was low in the back of the head to the right of the external occipital protuberance, although the House Select Committee would raise it 4 inches years later. Inspector, Dr. Clark, in the line of your specialty, could you comment as to the status of the president with respect to competency, had he been able to survive the head injuries which you have described and the total wound which he had? The answer, ask a silly question, you're going to get a silly answer. The answer includes reference to loss of cerebellar tissue, 2 further mentions of extreme wounds in the rear of the head. The point here is, I think what our inspector was trying to do was put into the record that it wasn't as serious a wound as we have seen it to be since we have been allowed to see something resembling photographs. What he's saying is, could he have survived? Well, of course we know better. And of course they knew better. But when you put it in the record this way, it allows you to think, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. It was, it was a 15 by 6 millimeter hole. He was asked 6 times who was present. Dr. Robert McLean, I noted the right posterior portion of the skull had been extremely blasted. It had been shattered apparently by the force of the shot so that the parietal bone was protruding up through the scalp and seemed to be fractured almost along its right posterior half. Again, he speaks of cerebellar tissue having been blasted out. The cause of death, I would say, would be massive head injuries with loss of large amounts of cerebral and cerebellar tissue and massive blood loss. The initial hypothesis, as he explained, was throat entrance, deviation, then exiting out the back to produce the massive injury in the head. And you could note here that anybody that said the word cerebellum was not asked if the autopsy findings overlapped with their observation, because in the autopsy findings the cerebellum was intact. Dr. Charles Baxter, whose testimony introduces a new Arlen Specter wrinkle, quote, literally the right side of his head had been blown off. With this and the observation that the cerebellum was present, at least a large quantity of it was present on the cart, he's then interrupted to ask, what doctors arrived? Then Specter asks, having been told the right side of the head, Specter asked, did you notice any bullet hole below the large opening at the top of the head? The neck wound, 4 to 5 millimeters, it was a very small wound. It did not appear to be a jagged wound such as one would expect with a very high velocity rifle bullet. This would more resemble a wound of entry. Marion Jenkins was asked the usual litany of who was there, but then told he thought the neck wound was an exit. And I suggest here a note to researchers. I've read many sentences that say all Parkland doctors saw a wound of entrance, and they didn't all. Most of them did. The vast majority did. The consensus did, but they didn't all say that. Part of the brain was herniated. I really think that part of the cerebellum, as I recognize it, was herniated from the wound. Dr. Ronald Coy Jones, head. There was a large defect in the back side of the head with what appeared to be some brain hanging out of this wound. Throat wound, small wound, relatively smooth edges around the wound, a very small, smooth wound. He also noted that he handed in a report in which he indicated the throat wound as a wound of entrance or a wound of exit at such low velocity that the bullet would have just made it through the skin, from where it obviously would have bounced off Kennedy's chest and did all the damage to Connolly. Specter then again suborns perjury, saying what appeared to be the exit wound in the posterior, when Jones saw what appeared to be the exit wound in the posterior portion, Specter asked, and would that take into account the extensive damage done to the top of the president's head? Dr. Bashur told of seeing a massive head wound and of being visited by a, quote, security officer. Specter, did the Secret Service agent ask you anything other than what you indicated? Now you have to remember the doctor had only said he had been visited by a security officer. Arlen Specter, in fact, was obviously aware of who exactly had visited him. Dr. Jean Coleman Aiken, the back of the right occipital parietal portion of the head was shattered with brain substance extruding. I assume the right occipital parietal region was the exit. Paul Peters, and here we have the nominee for the best rehearsed testimony as Arlen Specter. Specter, to Peters, and would you outline briefly the circumstances relating to your arriving on the scene where he, presumably John Kennedy, was? Paul Peters, as I just gave you a little while ago, and this is the second question, so obviously they'd been chatting. Peters is then asked on 9 occasions who was there. In one case, he discussed the steroid treatment, telling he had indication from JFK's physician Berkeley that JFK, quote, was an Addisonian. Specter then turns it around to say that Berkeley had made a request that you treat him as an Addisonian. After the 9 who was there questions, he was asked, now tell us what aid was rendered to President Kennedy. Head, I noticed there was a large defect in the occiput. There appeared to be bone loss and brain loss in that area. We saw the wound of entry in the throat and noted the large occipital wound, and it is a known fact that high-velocity missiles often have a small wound of entrance and a large wound of exit. Dr. Jackie Hunt was also the object of the who was there charade, but she did testify, I actually did not see the wounds. She was then asked, did you at any time see a wound to the head? Dr. Martin G. White testified, I saw the wound in his head as he was brought into the trauma room where he was treated. He was never again asked about that wound. Dr. Richard Brooks Delaney, well, at the time he arrived, his pupils were fixed and dilated, and he had a large head wound. That was the first thing I observed. He's never again asked about that observation, but he is asked repeatedly if the tracheotomy done had obliterated a wound, and he can only say there was a tracheotomy done, he didn't see the wound. So the questioning repeatedly deals with a wound he never saw, and the one he testified to originally is never again referenced. The second nature of the omission is in the quantity versus quality approach. And as I told you the other night, there was 109,930 questions, and you can split them up into 8 different categories, ultimately arriving at 19 witnesses who gave testimony about Tippit with over 3,000 questions, 93 witnesses testifying about the death of Oswald with over 17,000 questions, 177 witnesses testifying about the death of John Kennedy were asked 30,530 questions, and the other 185 witnesses, and I'll be referencing this in a minute, were character witnesses. Oswald's brothers, Ruby's brothers and sisters, Oswald's babysitter from 1942, schoolmates who had not seen him for over a decade, members of the Russian emigre community, some of whom, like Mrs. Igor Vorshinyan, had never met Oswald, and she was asked 334 questions, which is more, for the record, than all of the autopsy doctors combined. The character witnesses, the people who knew about the people but had no knowledge whatsoever of the crime, were asked over 57,000 questions, or more questions than the combined totals regarding the 3 fatalities. And again, as I said the other evening, for those of you here, the most troubling of all the statistics is when you break the 109,930 down into relevant questions about the death of John Kennedy, there were 2,065 relevant questions, or 1.8% of the Warren Commission's total. The other 107,865 are there to fill in 26 shiny books. The name Warren Commission, I would suspect by now, is equally fraudulent, as is their misrepresentation of their labors. The common perception is that the Warren Commission, the commissioners heard 93 witnesses. It is better to suggest that there were 111 witness sessions, because if a witness began in the morning and finished in the afternoon, that's one session. Marina Oswald, however, testifying in February, June, and September cannot be counted as one witness session. Nor can someone's presence at one of her February hearings qualify them as having been present for her September testimony. John, is there a handheld over there? Is there a handheld mic?
There was, but it got
It
moved.
should be right back there,
Okay.
on the floor back there. Well, that's Kip. Here.
Okay, what I did in going through the working papers, there's the 7 commissioners. This is the indication of, the published indication of when they were present for witness testimony. In fact, in these indications, they were not present when they said they were. This is the number of complete hearings that were attended. This column represents the number of partial hearings that were attended. This indicates when they were present but asked no questions, and this indicates the number of times when that particular member chaired a hearing. Just that one. Figure 2 is the number of questions they asked. Alan Dulles, far and away the leader. This is the percentage of the Warren Commission's total, and this is the percentage of the overall total. So you get down here to Richard Russell asked 1/5 of 1% of the questions asked by the Warren Commission. The commissioners themselves asked 6,964 questions. Again, Dulles being involved there. I'm going to use the first one first. Going back here, I created a matrix to try and make some, I did several, and the one I came up with that I think best represents their labors is I took this column, the times that you can't count when they weren't there. I counted the number of times they were present and gave them 2 points if they were present the whole time in here. I gave them 1 point if they were present for part of a hearing. If they didn't say anything, I subtracted a point. The winner far and away, by the way, is Alan Dulles. Now I need that one. When we compare participation in terms of physically being there and the number of questions they asked, you get a remarkable correlation. Dulles is first in both categories, Ford is second in both categories. Warren, Cooper, and McCloy variously go 3, 4, and 5. Boggs is 6th, and Russell is 7. If you add to that the fact that more off-the-record testimony occurred at either the insistence, the urging, or the suggestion of Allen Dulles, we can, individual is misspelled down here, we can reasonably restructure the nomenclature of the Warren Commission and give it its proper name, the Dulles Commission. The murder of the President of the United States was essentially presided over by the former head of the CIA, whom JFK had fired. If nothing else troubled us about the President's Commission on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, that fact certainly should. Could we bring up the lights, please? I'd like to close with 2 thoughts. And some of this touches on what John spoke about in a little bit different way than what he said. Essentially, I don't think we can find, except in some of the CDs, the commission documents, which are not published, as opposed to the CE, the exhibits which were. Occasionally in there, thoughts flashed across somebody's mind, but they never did any thinking. They knew what they wanted you to say, they called you in, they got you to say it, they ran you out. Abe Zapruder's last statement to the Warren Commission was, well, you know, there were indications there were 2 people involved. Wesley Lieber looks him in the eye and says, your film was very helpful, thank you. I mean, Zapruder's got no axe to grind, he's laughing all the way to the bank. They never did any thinking. And I did a little point-counterpoint using Abe Zapruder, the weather, and the motorcade, because when John Kennedy's vision for America, his dreams ended, Zapruder's nightmares began. Zapruder worked in the Dowtex building. He wanted to film the event. He wanted to literally shoot films. Keyword there being shoot. He didn't bring his camera to work that day because the weather would not, at that time he went to work, the weather was such that he was not going to be able to shoot. Yet we're asked to believe that a gunman at the same hour was bringing a weapon into the depository with all indications at that moment that there'd be a bubble top on the car, which would make whatever was going to happen more difficult. It's not going to prevent anything as we know, but it's certainly going to make your job a lot more difficult, particularly since you don't know how to shoot in the first place and your gun is junk. So what happens? The weather clears up, Zapruder goes home to get the camera. Does he shoot from the Dowtex building, as many people have postulated? No. Where does he go? 6 feet away from the corner of the grassy knoll. He wanted to shoot the best pictures. He's an amateur photographer. What do you think a professional gunman is going to do? And nobody ever thought about this kind of stuff. They just didn't think. And if Abe Zapruder's got enough common sense to get out of the Dowtex building and go stand up there where you got a commanding view, where you can't miss getting the best pictures, you'd think somebody that knows anything about firing guns to kill would at least have the same mentality. They didn't think. I'd like to share with you some of the names of some of the people that were called, and if these don't sound like household words, it's because they aren't. And then I'm going to go through the names of some of the people that they missed, and I think you'll see a comparison here. People called included, again, they're not household names. William Shelley, Nat Pinkston, Doris Burns, George Applin, Daniel Lujan, Edward Shields, William Wolfe, Ben Arietta Smith, Viola Peterman, Myrtle Evans, Hiram Conway, sound familiar? Evelyn Ziegel, Philip Garachi, and Vincent Blaylock, who were 2 teenagers that were in Bringair's store schmoozing when Oswald came in with the Marine manual. James J. Tormey, Donald Brooks, Irving Statman, Richard Hewlin, Carol Seeley, Charles Greener. And Charles Greener, it was Dial Ryder's boss, and he had to come and testify that Dial was basically an honest guy with respect to that Oswald repair tag. Robert Fenley, Eric Rogers, James Lehrer, Willie Slack, Jimmy Turner, Harold Fuqua, Alfredia Riggs, John Servants, Sidney Evans, W.W. Litchfield, William Beavers, Don Goyen, who was one of the drivers of the armored car that never did anything, Edward Pullman, Herbert Kravitz, Kenneth Dow, John Branch, and I'm going to stop with the name Stanley Kaufman, He was Jack Ruby's accountant, and he was asked, do you know how Ruby got into the building to shoot Oswald? The question is, believe it or not, that's one of the to-the-point questions, because it is valid. Of course, it's if they ask me, they could ask me the same question. I don't know how he got in. And to ask Ruby's accountant that question, it has to be counted as valid because it's a valid question. They just asked the wrong person. They might as well have asked Marina Oswald or the head of the Secret Service in Washington. But I think there was something basically unfair there in asking Ruby's accountant how Ruby got into the basement. If they were going to do that, they should have asked Ruby how to depreciate long-term bonds without having to pay a lot of capital gains tax. Now, think of the people they did not call. David Ferry, Julia Ann Mercer, William and Gail Newman, Gordon Novell, Sylvia Duran and Eusebia Askew, Tom Tilson, Alan Sweat, O.V. Campbell, Marilyn Sitzman, Aquila Clemens, Spaz T. Rankin, the entire other 7 Secret Service agents in the follow-up car who were never called, Gordon Arnold, Mary Woodward and the other 3 journalists who were standing right at the first sign, Charles Bronson, Robert Hughes, Orville Nix, Mary Muchmore, all the people that took those other films, Ed Butler, Guy Bannister, Arcacha Smith, Joseph Miltier, Willie Mitchell, who was one of the other convicts on the 6th floor of the jail building where Mr. Posner tells us was the insane asylum of the jail, who had some interesting things to say. Mrs. Tippett, they called the other widows, Father Oscar Huber. And in years past, I've always said, well, maybe because of, it's a sacramental type situation. He spoke openly about the event for many years, and if he's willing to speak about it, let's put him on the record, and let's ask him what he saw, because I don't think he's going to lie to us. Gerald Custer and the other 31 identifiable people who were at the autopsy and who were not called, and whose names didn't even become known for many years. The 2 police, James Cheney and the other motorcycle officer who were not called, that were next to the car. Of the 4 motorcycle officers, the 2 on the left were called, the 2 on the right weren't. Admiral George Berkeley, Siebert and O'Neill. I would love to ask them about their report. As you know, David Lifton has made a living out of the Siebert and O'Neill report. And if you look at the names in there, you'll never find out who was at the autopsy because they're all wrong. Galloway becomes Holloway. They're close, but they're wrong. And either these 2 guys never went to FBI school or somebody dummied up that report somehow. David Sanders, the orderly who put Kennedy's body, who cleaned Kennedy's body. He can tell us where the wound was at the base of the back of the neck. Jerry Boyd Belknap, the epileptic. He paid his bill at Parkland Hospital on December 2nd. They knew who he was. J. Walton Moore, who was George de Morinshill's CIA contact. Aubrey Reich, who was a guest here this week, and the other people from the O'Neill Company. William Bruce Pitzer, who took some photographs in the autopsy room and later, with the help of covert operatives, committed suicide. All of the people on the railroad overpass. Mary Mormon, William Gaudet, who accidentally happened to be a CIA agent and get the tourist visa right after Oswald's Mexican adventure. Eugene Hale Brading, Donald Wayne House, Jack Lawrence, Larry Flora, Donald Sharp, all the people that were taken into custody. The only other person besides Oswald that was taken into custody in question was Buell Wesley Frazier. Dr. Earl Rose. I'm sure he could have told us some interesting things if asked. O.P. Wright. Richard Johnson, who supposedly carried the magic bullet in his pocket to Washington, and in 1994, as we speak, does not have much recollection of that event. He's very vague on it today. Paul Grudy, the director of Miller Funeral Home, who had to clean the fingerprint ink off Oswald's corpse for reasons as yet unknown. Beverly Oliver, our guest this weekend. Ed Hoffman, our guest this weekend. Walter Kirk Coleman, key witness in the shooting at the Walker residence. Gary Patrick Hemming, whom I think needs to be studied very carefully before we close the case here. Dr. Charles Crenshaw. Special Agent Roger Warner, who interviewed one of the people arrested besides Oswald. Richard Case Nagel. Anybody that's going to do jail time for a bank robbery because he doesn't want to be someplace on November 22nd obviously has an interesting story to tell. We were thankful to Dick Russell for telling it to us, but it would have been nice if the Warren Commission knew about it. And I have 200 names here, and I'm going to close with this one. Yuri Nasenko. Thank you very much. We would certainly be happy to entertain your questions at this time. If you would indicate to whom the question is asked and then ask your question, please. I don't think you're coming through.
For John Newman, just a clarification on the 65 number. In what sense does that refer to espionage?
Any 65 series file is an espionage file.
Okay, but is that espionage by the United States or espionage toward the United States?
You know, Bill Turner might be able to answer that question better than I would assume either way. It doesn't really matter. It's just espionage in nature. And of course, because the dates are pre-defection, it's very, very tantalizing that there should be an espionage file on Oswald before he defects, if in fact there is. But I'll hold back on that. I just want to see what's in these documents.
Also, very quickly, my name is Hal Verb. Russ, when we were discussing that Hester document, I don't know if I mentioned this or not, maybe I did, but when I was in Washington and I was examining the Nix film, you can see the Hesters running back. And in other films, the reaction of most of the people is to get away from the firing. When I looked at the Nix film, the Hesters are running as if they're trying to see who is firing from behind. In the next issue of Dateline Dallas, I wrote an article, and they've delayed it for, oh God, about 6 months. I will have more information about another witness who doesn't necessarily refer to what the Hesters were doing, but it supports what the Hesters were doing in the film. And another thing, we can discuss this later, but another thing about the plywood floor that was being set and hearing the shells fall on the floor. Now, I haven't verified this, and I'm sure the Dallas Historical Building can verify it. There's a gentleman here who is from that, used to be with that. I was told that the floor is 18 inches thick, and you are aware of that. And it is difficult for me. I asked Harold Norman, and I was present with another researcher, how did you happen to hear something that's 18 inches thick? He kind of shrugged and says, well, it went click, click, boom, boom, click, click, boom, boom. I didn't pursue it any further, but you might want to comment. And then just very quickly, somebody made a comment about the Oswald remark about at 7:55 p.m., I forget who it was who was referring to it. It may have been you. But you may also be aware that Seth Cantor in his notebook, the incident was Oswald was being told by Hill, well, you better get set. All the reporters are coming in, and you may want to cover your face. And Oswald says, I don't have to do that. I have nothing to be ashamed of. At that very moment, in Cantor's notebook, he's saying, I'm just a patsy. It's not the first time Oswald said that. And then finally, for John, you might be interested in this. We can discuss this later, because the things you mentioned refresh my memory. It has to do with both the FBI files and the CIA files. You may not be aware of this. Recently, I contacted an agent who was in the field office on that day. He's not in the Warren report. He's not in the volumes, but I have the file in which he is included. And we were discussing the nature of Oswald as an informant. And it's interesting, he may be aware of the file that you're referring to. He said that there was a file that was being opened on Oswald, the effort of having Oswald as an informant. He didn't say that Oswald was an informant, but I'll give you his name and address where you can contact him. As far as the CIA files about the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, which was not mentioned, Tony Summers called me excitedly when he was doing this article, which appeared, in which you also appeared, about his article on Case Reopened. And he said, I just found a file on the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. It stated 1962. My name happens to be in it twice because I was a member of Fair Play for Cuba at that time. But I said, you know, the more important file would be the 63 file. Do you have that? And I said, you know the reason why that would be more important? That would have to have Oswald as being in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. He was on radio, he was on TV, newspapers. He said, yes, I do have that file, and how his name is not in that file. So you might want to comment on this, any of the three of you.
Could you restate your question? Hal's a dear friend of mine. I'd just like to speak with respect to the Harold Norman thing. I'm sure you all know from the Spence Bugliosi trial or from testimony as well as from that book we've been talking about. Harold Norman is saying, well, I heard boom, click, click, boom, click, click, boom. And in my last telephone conversation with him, I said, but Harold, they found a live round in that gun when they found it. So you would have had to hear an extra click, click. And he was like, I'll be damned. You know, 30 years have gone by and nobody's ever said that to me. And of course, I asked him about the stuff falling on his head, and he said, you know, no. He also denounced Posner as a misquoter, so to speak.
I'd like to comment on that, on Norman Williams and Jarman on the 6th floor. If you want an interesting study in changing a position, you might compare their FBI reports, their statements to the Dallas Sheriff's Office on the one hand with their Secret Service documents in which they were re-interviewed by the Secret Service. A researcher in Oakland, California, Pat Lambert, has compiled an extensive paper on that, which she shows how Norman, Jarman, and Williams' testimony or their statements begin to dovetail after their original statements in Dallas, especially after Secret Service interviews. And I have copies of that document, but Pat Lambert did this work in the late 60s, I believe, and it's really remarkable.
To his credit, Harold Norman, in front of the Warren Commission, disavowed some of the reports. And he's one of the few people that had the courage to do it. And again, we spoke this morning about his particular situation with respect to 1963, and that took courage. It really did. Yes, ma'am.
Joyce Davis from Georgia. And I have first a comment to you, Mr. Brown, about your question of who should have been on the Warren Commission. That has troubled me too. And my thought was, why were there not some good friends of Kennedy on that commission? Why were there not
Well, they had Alan Dulles.
Why were there not some northern liberals? For example, why was Claiborne Pell not on that committee? If we had to pick Southerners, why was not Senator Smathers from Florida on that committee? Those are the two people I would suggest if we're staying in Congress. I don't know who the experts would be, but those are my comments about that.
Yeah, at the same time, though, those are not investigators.
No, I understand.
Certainly
I understand
there should have
that.
been somebody there to stand up for John Kennedy, absolutely.
That wasn't the reason I said that, because
Yeah.
I can't speak to the professionals, but that was just my comment if we had to pick someone from Congress. Now, the second thing I want to ask is generally to everyone who might have had some knowledge of all the documents that I haven't had. I've just been reading this, but every time I read about the curtain rods and the package, I always read about the package, and I read, of course, that the package that Oswald held, according to Frazier, could not be the gun because taken apart, the gun does not fit that size and how it was held. My question is, has anyone found any evidence of what could have been carried in by Oswald? Has anyone ever found curtain rods, is my question.
They didn't search for curtain rods until, August? And they contacted Mr. Truly in August of '64 to see if anybody had found any curtain rods around the school book depository. 8 months later.
Despite what you might read in books for sale in there, the crime scene search was abominable. There's photographs in the exhibit section of the published, in the 26 volumes, there's photographs showing Oswald's clipboard taken on November 22nd, and they mysteriously found it in another location,
right,
10 days later or so. And as far as, interestingly enough, on curtain rods, they went back. They had a serious problem. They had to go back to the Payne household, and when they got to the garage out there with all the clutter and nonsense, what do they find wrapped up in brown paper? But curtain rods.
Right. There were curtain rods in the Payne's garage.
And And they measured all of the Secret Service agent that was along, it was Mrs. Payne, who was the most questioned person before the Warren Commission with over 5,000 questions, which should tell us something. It was Mrs. Payne, it was whoever was, I think it might have been Jenner, Counsel Jenner, and a Secret Service agent named John Joe Howlett. And they had him measure every window in the Payne house to make sure that those 91 curtain rods out in the garage fit at least one window there. And then they went down and measured North Beckley to, quote, prove that the curtain rods that were still there would not have fit the what little window Oswald, whatever. But it still raises questions.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, just as a sidebar, Wesley, to my understanding, Wesley Frazier still works in the book business. But prior to entering upon that, he worked in essentially in notions and hardware, and he regularly sold curtain rods.
Yeah, and it might be noted that James Daugherty, who saw Oswald enter the school book depository that morning, said he had nothing in his hands, in spite of question after question after question from a rather incredulous Joe Ball, I believe. Finally, in defense of Southern conservatives here, whom you wanted to exclude from the commission, I think it's noteworthy, I'm being facetious, but I think it's noteworthy that the two biggest skeptics on the commission were Russell and Boggs. Yes. Yes.
A devil's advocate. A devil's advocate. Absolutely. Russell wants to go back to something that Hal had asked, I believe.
I just wanted to say to Hal, yeah, what I was doing with the Hester testimony was just evidence of what I like to call, with regard to the Warren Commission, selective amnesia. That testimony which did not either fit their conclusions or would, as in case one of the commissioners said, I don't know exactly who it was, they were supposed to close doors instead of opening them. And this would have opened a lot more. And one other thing, 18-inch floors and 2-inch plywood, a little bit of a difference, I would think.
You wouldn't have known if an elephant had died up there, much less a cartridge hitting that floor. Well, with a parade going by. Go ahead.
I do want to say one other thing. If you have an opportunity before you leave, please go down to the 6th floor and look at that stairwell. You have to come out onto the floor, round the corner, and go down the stairwell. There is not any way that you cannot either be seen or heard.
I wanted to respond to Hal's question about the FPCC. I want to repeat Hal Verb's question. I don't know if you spoke loud enough, but I think it's an important question, so I would like to repeat it. Tony Summers, who wrote the Vanity Fair article, made, I think, a very good discovery, and it relates to what I'm going to do tonight. That discovery was that the FPCC list of persons, and this list was generated after the assassination, by the way. I believe it's 1964, but I'd have to check. I have a copy of it. In any event, this list, which was a fairly thick document, I'm going to say maybe a 1/4 inch thick, did not contain Lee Harvey Oswald's name in it. That's amazing. This is after the assassination. His activities in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee by that time are legendary. I would say they were in any event even before the assassination, but certainly afterwards. And the idea that the CIA would, this is an internal document, by the way, this is not something that was published for the public. This was a CIA internal study of the FPCC, and Oswald's name wasn't on it. Very, very, very interesting. And my answer, I will defer a total answer to that question because it relates to what I'm going to do tonight, but I'll just tell you that I consider that a defect, and that there are a number of defects where Oswald's activities are missing from internal CIA documents. I'm going to show you them tonight, but in all instances, the piece that is missing is Oswald's Cuban escapades. And this would just be one more example of that, and we'll talk about that tonight.
If I could just say one other thing, if any of you would like to see what I've got or have any questions, I'll be glad to I've got hard copies here, I'll be glad to help you out in any way I can.
I'm Jim Alvord from Carlsbad, California. A question for Mr. Brown. I think it's a fair statement to say that most of the people in this room have probably read the summary to the Warren Commission report. It would also be a fair statement to say that very, very few of us have actually read the entire report with the 26 volumes. How well does the summary actually encapsulate what is found in the volumes, or is this another opportunity for the Commission to whitewash the evidence?
Well, let me begin the answer. If you read the Bible and then wanted to go see the movie and wound up in a porno house, that's about what it would be like. Believe me, the worst thing that happens, I have to tell you, having read the 26 volumes 3 times, after you've done that, you go back and you say, because the Warren report is 888 pages, but the summary is 25 pages. You know, everything you ever needed to know about Lee Harvey Oswald's guilt is 25. It's remarkable. I mean, there is not, except the fact that Lee Oswald, and there might be 9 or 10 of them, existed. There is no correlation. There is absolutely, words are twisted. And I don't say this, as an attitude or an agenda. I mean, they just flat out misrepresented. And of course, Alan Dulles said very few people will read the 26. A few professors will read. At least several professors here. It's so different. You know, and when you get away from the report and you get into the 26 or into the House Select or into FOIA documents or whatever you can get your hands on, then you go back and you say, well, I'm going to read the 25-page Warren report. Just it's an exercise in fiction. It boggles your mind. If you haven't been near it for 4 or 5 years and you haven't read those 25 pages, you go back to it and it's just, this is crazy. This is absolute lunacy.
Let me say something about the report versus the 26 volumes. There are, as he said, discrepancies, omissions, even to the point, in some cases, footnotes that don't lead anywhere. People discovered a memo a few years ago when they released some of the Commission's papers in which one of the counsel says, well, if we fudge this footnote, you think anybody will notice that we've got CE, really something or other refers to another CE, but if we go ahead and fudge the number, you think anybody will notice. Well, obviously, they didn't think anybody would notice, and they went ahead. Mark Lane was the first to discover phantom footnotes that didn't have any reference. Just to choose one example, the report states that Daryl Tomlinson testified that he found the bullet on Governor Connolly's stretcher. The reference is to a page or pages in Volume 6. And when one turns to Volume 6, you find that what Daryl Tomlinson actually said was that he found the bullet on the other stretcher. And yet this is cited as the source of the statement made in the report. An exhaustive study, I guess I can accept Walt's comparison of the Bible and the porno shop, but certainly there are massive irregularities which one wouldn't be aware of if one read the report, but would be aware of if he then bothered to look in the volumes. And I think what I've said there is just being terribly generous to the compilers of it too.
Let me just add something with respect to what John had said earlier when he was talking about the file about the money transfers, and the title was something like
Funds transmitted to Russia.
Yeah. Funds transmitted to Russia. Okay, that's a file name. When you go through the 26 volumes, there are documents that have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with Lee Harvey Oswald, and the title on the file is Lee Harvey Oswald. The other thing that's curious, and this comes out in the 26 as just a glaring problem, and it comes out in the Warren Commission as gospel, is there are many, many instances where the Commission introduces a fact, and there's dialogue between themselves. Do we have a witness to prove it? Do we have? Don't worry, we'll get one. Now that we have this fact, by God, we're going to prove it somehow. We'll shove the words into somebody's mouth. But they start with the assumption.
Yeah, there's a memo, for example, having to do with the palm print on the rifle, which, as late as August of '64. There is a memo in which I think Rankin contacts the FBI, and he says that the members of the Warren Commission are still not convinced that this is legitimate palm print removed from the rifle, yet within a month they go to press with the absolute statement that it is.
And they were still so uncertain, they called Gallagher to talk about the neutron activation analysis because, what Cosner says, science can prove the elephant with the hanging over the cliff on a daisy, whatever. They called him to testify about neutron activation analysis and the spectrographic analysis of the bullets on September 15th, and the galleys of the Warren Commission report had been circulating for 11 days already. So what's he going to tell them? And again, give us a fact and we'll find somebody. Yes, sir.
Yes, I want to refer to the infamous Friday night press conference. And whoever can give me this information, it's probably already published, certain people probably already know it, but just for my own information. Jack Ruby, who of course corrected was the Dallas District Attorney? Or
Henry Wade.
It was Henry Wade.
Yes.
With the Fair Play Cuba, when he had said Free Cuba Committee. Ruby's presence at that press conference, at some point it came out in some way that he was there as an interpreter for an Israeli newspaper reporter. Where did that information come from?
It didn't come from anything published in the 26 volumes, I can tell you that.
Had anybody ever heard that before?
No, that's a commonly floated story because the Dallas police, if you've ever seen pictures, external pictures of headquarters taken that day, they had enough cable going in through people's office windows, literally to connect Dallas to Mars. And they threw press badges just out on a table, help yourself. Anybody that had...
I believe in part of the videotape he has a notepad and pencil.
Yeah, he's got his glasses on and he's taking notes. But that's for show. And Oswald walked immediately past him to enter that. Oswald was brought right past Ruby. Ruby was at the door, suggesting he probably left the gun outside because Oswald was alive the next morning.
Was it ever ascertained if there was an Israeli reporter there?
There were numerous foreign correspondents.
Whom Ruby was acting with?
No,
Or
not to my understanding. Can anybody help with that?
Great question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah, because I was just struck by the fact that we've now come to know that the American press overseas is acting as intelligence agents, and I just wondered if there was ever anything brought up because of this new book that's come out, which...
I would think there'd be enough intelligence agents in there already that they wouldn't need foreigners.
Yeah.
Great question. What prize do we have for the winner of Stump the Band today? Dishes, luggage, I don't know. We'll work on something.
I'm voicing for Ed Hoffman. For Mr. Brown. I have a question for you. Do you know if it's important? On the 6th floor by the window. I'm wondering if the policeman, when he hurried up, he went inside, he went up. Could he smell the gun smoke? That's my question for you. Could he smell gun smoke when he got up to the window there? And
Absolutely.
The Warren Commission.
Given the configuration of the sniper's nest, what we call the sniper's nest, if shots had been fired there...
So when he got up there...
They should absolutely have been aware of the smell of cordite. Absolutely.
Yes. But his question is, did they smell anything? Or is it,
there is no indication of that whatsoever. No. Of course, the problem there...
To know where the smoke comes from first. Yeah. It's important you'd smell it. If you can't smell anything, it means that it's probably just a lie.
Yeah,
there are... That's a very important point. You've got to write it down in the Warren Commission.
Yeah, there are a number of people that testified in the motorcade that they smelled gunpowder. But nobody ever got up there and indicated that they smelled gunpowder in that corner, where they should have, given that the window was only open to a height of 6 bricks. You can see that in the Dillard photo. And the troubling part is there were people on the ground, people that Russell spoke about earlier. A number of people got to the police right away and said, we saw a gun up there. Well, that's at 12:31, and the police got up there at 1:12. What were they doing? What were they thinking about? And those same police officers ran right past Harold Norman, going up the stairs, Junior Jarman and Bonnie Ray Williams. And I said to Harold Norman, as an African American, were you outlawed as an assassin at that time? They were ignored. And any police officer, I mean, they didn't say 6th floor window, they said up there, up top. And nobody, is the first floor number 1 or is the one above the ground floor number 1? There can be confusion there. Anybody up there, in normal police procedure, would have been pinned against the wall.
And the Warren Commission did grapple with this question as to just why it took so long from the time of the pinpointing at 12:34 of that particular window until 1:12, 1:16, when the sniper's nest was actually found. And some inquiries were made. Hoover and his answer had to do with something about traffic building up around the area and difficult for people to get in there, et cetera, et cetera. This was in the same reply where he talked about
possibly also leaves in the trees also.
Where he talked about the trees preventing a shot on Houston Street. It was in the same, it was that same document. But the Warren Commission was aware of the discrepancy between the time of the noting of the window and the time of the discovery of what was in the window.
Okay, thank you all very much.
There's one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Stephen Morley from England. My question is to Mr. Newman. I think I heard you correctly saying that there were FBI files on Oswald in a number of American cities, Washington, Dallas, New Orleans. I think you said Chicago as well.
Yes.
Would you think, could you explain the relevance of that file in Chicago in particular, or do you think there's anything suspicious about a file in Chicago on Oswald?
Not really, because the Chicago FBI field office was conducting a large investigation of the FPCC. In fact, I've never seen all the files. I just know that in the FBI documents I'm looking at, that I see in the appendices up in the upper left-hand corner, the very distinctive CH dash and the number, which is the document submitted from the Chicago FBI field office. So at this point, because of what I was talking about earlier, I bail out and I'm satisfied with saying that we are not being told about all the FBI files in Oswald, and until we are, who knows what the reasons are, what's in them. So, but I do know, as a starter, that the Chicago office conducted a massive investigation in the FPCC. It was just released in the new files. It's about this thick. And some of the materials from that study were folded into Oswald reports in other FBI field offices.
Thank you.
Since yours was the last question, I think we can conclude on the thought with, if there's anything in any of those files that's incriminating about Oswald with respect to the assassination, we would have seen it already, but we haven't. Thank you.
It's not here. I was making notes of that file. Would it be accurate to say that the first known files we have of Oswald were espionage files?
Possibly. We don't have Oswald's name on that. We have these numbers all cross-referenced into his files.
What exactly is you want everything?
Okay. And then after.
I'll have to, it'll take me a little while. Are you in the room that she had here today?
No, it's paginated.
when the ASK people asked for, thank you, I'm constantly dropping, asked about specificities about my continuing to do something for ASK, I said, well, I would like to do the Kennedy's anti-narcotics policies from 61 through 63, and I said it's a rather long presentation. It's based on an even longer monograph. And they said, what? Which means they hadn't heard about it. But I convinced them that indeed it exists, though it is lost history. So they tried a number of people, and each time they said, who's doing this? And they said, what's he doing? And they didn't understand because it didn't exist. But they did call. I said, please call Peter Dale. So they called Peter Dale Scott. I said, would you be? He said, I'm very busy. Now, what is it? Who's doing this? And he said, Evica. And they could feel his interest rise. And he said, what's the topic? And they said, the Kennedy's anti-narcotics policies. He says, good, I'll be on the panel. I'll do guns. Unfortunately, as you know, Peter Dale is not here, and we regret not having him here. But I thought that was right on target, because I think I do not mention guns because it's a whole second infrastructure to this story. In 92 at ASK, I did a paper called Operations of Great Violence, Mylansky, U.S. Intelligence, and the Drug Trade, which had followed an earlier paper, again, called Love Field, in which I keyed on to Jack Ruby's participation in and being a host at the restaurant meeting at Love Field, literally, where extraordinary people met who were involved in the handling of Sicilian and American laundered drug money in the pursuit of even more drugs and legitimate businesses. And that led me to a number of other things until I finally found this connection. In Operations of Great Violence, I said that Meyer Lansky had initiated, developed, and supported organized crimes drug operations from their inception and beyond the death of JFK. Lansky was in continuous contact with U.S. intelligence agencies, primarily because of a shared anti-communist orientation, including naval intelligence, the CIA, and the FBI. I think maybe there's a fourth now. Lansky and U.S. intelligence conspired to assassinate Fidel Castro, and both Lansky's associates and U.S. intelligence profited from the worldwide drug trade. I ended with a very long section that can be summarized this way, inadequately. This shared interest in preserving heroin profits led directly to the death of John F. Kennedy. I'm trying to see if I can run this. Okay, I know what I'm doing here, I think. Let me see, time on. Okay. Peter Dale Scott has always thought what we needed was a kind of catalyst to get at the synergy. That is, as I said to Lamar and to Tom, we've got H and we got O. We've got gases mixed, and no matter how much we shake the container, and they don't turn into water. What we need is a spark of electricity. That is the catalytic agent that transforms two gases into water. And I think I'm at least going to begin to provide it. This is from the Ironsides, a work in progress which includes a monograph called This Monstrous Traffic, the Kennedy Administration's Anti-Narcotics Policies, 1961 through 1963. I think you know me. My name is George Michael Evica. I'm Professor Emeritus at the University of Hartford. I feel better speaking on my feet. Lamar and Tom will speak, they feel better seated. The author of And We Are All Mortal, and with a work in progress, sure. My ASK presentation, I said, is This Monstrous Traffic. On October 7th, 13th, and 21st, 1960, the second, third, and fourth of the Kennedy-Nixon presidential debates were held. Their outcome was clear. Republican candidate Richard Nixon was headed for defeat in the 1960 presidential election. In that same month of October 1960, Senator John F. Kennedy called for a major narcotics conference to examine drug abuse, the illicit narcotics traffic, and new and alternative programs for coping with a national disaster, the failed so-called war on drugs. The impact of JFK's call was also clear. As a member of the Senate and then as the Democratic candidate for the U.S. presidency, Kennedy had indicated his liberal, anti-colonialist, and globalist orientation, an orientation deeply disturbing to a powerful anti-communist nexus of right-wing political groups, high-ranking U.S. military officers, Pentagon procurement officials, powerful Washington lobbyists, civilian defense contract holders, and Southwest oil and gas millionaires. As a member of the Senate Rackets Committee, Senator Kennedy had targeted Jimmy Hoffa and his corrupt labor union confederation and major organized crime figures and their nationwide illegal operations. This working partnership of lawless labor and the syndicate was both anti-communist and conservative, highly suspicious of revolutionaries like Fidel Castro and of reformers like JFK. Having already attacked the intersecting empires of Jimmy Hoffa and Meyer Lansky, both heavily involved in narcotics and allied to U.S. intelligence, key military figures, and military procurement lobbyists, John F. Kennedy now threatened a terrible narcotics symbiosis, the domestic so-called drug war bureaucracy in the government, and the international narcotics industry. With Kennedy's call for a national narcotics conference, alarm bells rang for one, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and its supporting institutional structures, corrupt city and state police forces and penal systems. Two, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics' close working allies in the FBI, in the CIA, earlier in the OSS, in Pentagon, in Army and Navy intelligence, in U.S. corporations profiting from the narcotics trade and its laundered money, in the U.S. Congress, and the Federal Bureau of Narcotics network of anti-communist, anti-democratic, counterintelligence informants, many of them in the syndicate and in corrupt labor unions and complicit in both the national and international drug business. Senator Kennedy was echoing a major report on narcotics published in 1960 jointly by the American Medical Association and the American Bar Association, a book called Drug Addiction, Crime or Disease, defining the nation's narcotic crisis as a criminal problem, according to that report, was a total failure. Dr. Alfred Lindesmith, Indiana University sociology professor and longtime target of Harry Anslinger and the Bureau of Narcotics, was the author of the report's introduction, hailing the joint effort as, quote, a landmark in the history of the drug problem in this country, unquote. The long-standing policies of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and the repressive laws upon which the FBN based its philosophy and action were now under direct attack. Before his assumption of the presidency in January of 1961, JFK had already decided to deal with and, if possible, solve the national narcotics problem, carrying with him into office the public sanction of two of the most influential professional bodies in the United States, the AMA and the ABA. Immediately upon assuming the presidency, John F. Kennedy and his Attorney General Robert Kennedy initiated a long-term campaign of administrative procedures and programs they believed would lead to dramatic and even revolutionary changes in the narcotics and dangerous drug policies of both the federal and states governments. That is, had John F. Kennedy lived. Every major proposal in the 1990s for eliminating the drug war, for reforming and humanizing U.S. drug laws, and for putting organized crime and its allies, including U.S. intelligence, out of the drug trade, every contemporary anti-narcotics proposal for dealing with the national failed war on drugs was already being presented by John F. Kennedy, by Robert Kennedy, and by Kennedy spokespersons both inside and outside the administration in 61, 62, and 63. Now, I know where you're thinking this is what I thought when I began this work, and I began to see it develop. This is history down the dark memory hole. right? Nothing of this in its totality exists in any history book you will pick up, nor in any history of the drug trade, nor even from the very best materials from the Drug Abuse Council of the United States. But John F. Kennedy was killed before he and his brother could put their new policies and programs into operation. Now, the narcotics program was quite extensive, and what I've tried to do is to develop how they orchestrated, and I can't do that in depth for you, who they cultivated and received into the structure from federal, state, and local sources across the United States, how they enlisted major figures in New York and California, how they got to with highly visible media commentary, their evolving program, and especially their deliberate exclusionary tactics directed especially at the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, but also at blocking figures and groups in the FBI, the CIA, and among former officers and officials of the OSS supportive of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and on. The program is extraordinary in its intellectual and pragmatic union. But with the president's death, the powerful domestic forces opposing any changes in U.S. narcotics legislation and practice were back in control. Now let's back up again. Harry Anslinger was reappointed Commissioner of the Bureau of Narcotics the same day the new president's brother was sworn in as Attorney General, but was scheduled for automatic retirement shortly after. Just as John F. Kennedy understood the nation's narcotics crisis was insoluble if the Bureau of Narcotics were allowed to define the narcotics problem, so also Robert Kennedy, as early as his tenure on the Rackets Committee, saw that the distributors of those narcotics, primarily the Syndicate Teamsters Alliance, domestically, could not be eliminated without the, quote, pooling of intelligence through a national crime commission, unquote. That was Robert Kennedy's plan. He developed it in 59-60. But as Attorney General, Robert Kennedy found J. Edgar Hoover stonewalling on such a super agency. So RFK brought Douglas Dillon, Mortimer Kaplan, that was new man in IRS, and J. Edgar Hoover together, literally in one room, and with a more modest proposal, which was to pool criminal intelligence inside the Justice Department, and he got Hoover's consent. But the task of coordinating that information was then given by RFK to the newly established organized crime section of the Justice Department rather than to Hoover's FBI. Douglas Dillon, new Secretary of the Treasury, and Robert Kennedy, new Attorney General, early became close friends and mutual admirers. A close person to both of them said, no two people became closer friends in the next 3 years than Dillon and RFK. With the Treasury's top administrator, despite all his elitist background, his banking connections, and his Eisenhower administration credentials, and his mixed Democratic and Republican credentials back to the Roosevelt administration, Douglas Dillon, as Treasury's top administrator, became a loyal supporter of RFK's anti-narcotics policies. The Attorney General then called a conference of top officers of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, including Anslinger. Gave, according to Anslinger, a, quote, inspiring, unquote, speech, and publicly called before the agents who worked for Anslinger to cooperate in a drive against the syndicate and its narcotics trafficking. Robert Kennedy took over the actual direction of the Bureau of Narcotics from Anslinger, bypassing the commissioner and his top assistants by going directly to the Bureau's agents. Direct quote from RFK, I got the Bureau of Narcotics. Within 1 month of JFK taking office, every federal investigatory and law enforcement agency with some interest or jurisdiction in narcotics was cooperating in making major drug trafficking interceptions, arrests, and convictions. City and state police departments sympathetic to the Kennedys' new drive against drugs joined in the attack. Attorney General Robert Kennedy forced cooperation between these units, often inclined to hide their best and sometimes most embarrassing evidence from other units. It's incredible. The FBI, the Internal Revenue Service, Treasury, the Federal Narcotics Bureau, Treasury, Securities and Exchange Commission cooperated. He got their investigative unit as never before. There was no doubt about who was boss. For none, as Mullenhoff in Strikeforce says, for none could come between the Attorney General, gets poetic there, and his brother, the President. This ad hoc unification of investigating and policing agencies and offices was, I believe, the origin of the idea that JFK was to place Robert Kennedy at the head of the CIA. Rather, RFK's bringing together these forces in an anti-drug trafficking combination, targeting Teamsters and syndicate operations, threatened those individuals and those operations of the CIA and earlier in the OSS complicit in the protection of or involved directly in narcotics trafficking. During his McLean Rackets Committee tenure, Robert Kennedy had discovered the matrix of relations between organized crime, corrupt labor, the syndicate's race wire and its gambling network, and other lucrative endeavors, principally narcotics traffic. In RFK's first year as Attorney General, directing this collaborative Kennedy administration attack on the traffic, the New York Times reported 12 major strikes within 10 months against narcotics operators. By the way, these arrests were not ordinary street busts. There were thousands of street busts. In a way, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics kept up its statistical record with those street busts. No, these were 12 major strikes in 10 months. The illegal drug trafficking distribution network itself was under direct attack, and that attack was being led by U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy. April 27, 1961, two New Jersey House Democrats offer a resolution to the House of Representatives calling for a presidential conference on narcotics. They're on a roll. That same week, April 1961, the Joint American Association and American Medical Association Committee report that I spoke about earlier, Drug Addiction, Crime or Disease, is now being published by Indiana University Press with an advance sale of 1,250 copies, which is quite large for a university press book in 61, and come to think of it, it's quite large for a university press book in 1994. Researched and written in 59, the report subsequently had a very small circulation. But in 61, it's resurrected, published by a major university press, possibly arranged, I think, I can follow it, by Robert Kennedy through Dr. Alfred Lindesmith again, who is in the Department of Sociology then at Indiana University and who wrote the original introduction. This report urged, quote, a thorough review of federal narcotics policies and argued, watch the careful language here, that the Federal Bureau of Narcotics had unwittingly supported both narcotics addiction and narcotics traffic by defining addicts as criminals, unquote. The ABA-AMA report was characterized by the New York Times as, quote, one of the strongest attacks ever made on the Federal Bureau of Narcotics Agency and the views of its director, Harry Anslinger. Director Harry Anslinger sent FBN agent Edward R. Cass to the offices of Indiana University Press, he scowled all the time, to investigate. Cass wanted to know who had financed the report's publication by this press. And why had the press published the report just at this time? Anslinger's FBN investigation of a university press suggested strongly the director suspected the Kennedys were working against him and his bureau through Indiana University Press. In turn, Anslinger and his Federal Bureau of Narcotics were publicly perceived by the Kennedy administration as major obstacles to rationalizing and transforming U.S. narcotics policies. On June 22, 1961, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics struck back. FBN District Supervisor George Gaffney, who, by the way, has a whole history of his own, urged the impeachment, the immediate impeachment of judges who disregarded so-called mandatory narcotic sentences. You have to know, by the way, by the beginning of 1961, the federal judiciary moves in behind the Kennedys, so that the federal judiciary is in support of what ultimately will be a remarkable revolution in narcotics policy. So the FBN then goes after the federal judges. The Senate Rackets Committee had earlier discovered that organized crime's communications network, based on its racing wire, was vital to the syndicate's survival. Now supported by the president and his brother, the attorney general, and the Senate's so-called gambling hearings, those were on in late August and early September of 61, run by Senator John L. McLean, they investigated this structure in depth, eventually linking the syndicate's betting, communications, and financial structure with its narcotic operations. Immediately following these hearings, and by the way, I have to go right by them, they're very important, but I have to go right by them, the gambling investigations and hearings, Senate investigators spread out across Europe, collecting data on the syndicate's narcotics trade for a further set of hearings. The FBN was apparently left out of the investigation. On January 21st, 62, syndicate drug Lord Lucky Luciano, who had cooperated with naval intelligence, the OSS, and now, as far as I can see, I may have important leads, possibly with the Federal Bureau of Narcotics in Europe, died in Naples just before his imminent arrest. So we lost an important link there in history. The support for the Kennedys' proposed changes in the attempt to solve the narcotics problems surfaced early in '62. Coming, for example, in February, Mayor Wagner called for certain, not simply dramatic changes, but revolutionary changes, a comprehensive attack on both trafficking and addiction. Apparently, Wagner had agreed both in the interest, in his own political interests and in the interests of the city, to be a conduit for the Kennedy administration's reformation of U.S. narcotics policies. March 14th, 1962, President Kennedy's consumer message to Congress reaffirmed his Attorney General's commitment to policing illegal traffic, not just in narcotics, so-called narcotics, but so-called legal drugs, now to be called dangerous drugs, calling for close enforcement. After a meeting with RFK in Washington in early April, Mayor Wagner said that Attorney General Robert Kennedy was, quote, receptive, unquote, to a White House-sponsored narcotics conference. As far as I can see, it's already being planned. The Kennedy agenda is picking up momentum. April 16, 1962, Mayor Wagner holds a national narcotics conference in New York, attended by local, state, federal experts and officials. They call for new laws, new authority, and they publicly request the Attorney General of the United States to make wiretapping of suspected major traffickers legal. Finally, the New York conference calls for a national narcotics conference in Washington to further explore the key issues. I remember, if you have never heard this before, and I never read any of this before, it's because I think there's been a very deliberate attempt to eliminate this from the history of the nation. Throughout the first 6 months of '62, news of and announcements about new hospitals, new rehabilitation programs, more humane sentencing procedures, calls for further federal action poured out of New York City and out of Albany. In Washington, the Kennedys enlisted such conservative support figures as Senator Thomas Dodd and Senator Kenneth Keating, whose bill to offer medical treatment to addicts arrested for violation of federal crimes with the hope of dismissing their sentences if they completed the rehabilitation program was enthusiastically endorsed on April 30th, '62 by Robert Kennedy's Justice Department. The Kennedy program, now preparing for that narcotics conference of September '62, received a massive boost from the United States Supreme Court on June 26, 1962. The Supreme Court of the United States found in a 6-2 decision that the California law making addiction a criminal offense was unconstitutional, a violation of the 8th Amendment. With the decriminalization of drug addiction, which is precisely what that's about, the way was open for the Kennedys to press their case for returning so-called drug abuse cases to where they belonged, to the medical profession. On July 29, '62, another major text from the American Bar Foundation, Narcotics and the Law. This, again, let me just summarize it for you, calls for a massive cooperative effort to unite legislators, doctors, medical researchers, and law enforcement officials, sounding remarkably like the developing Kennedy program. Well, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics has a counterattack, 4 counterattacks led by Anslinger and Saragusa, and it's very interesting. They constitute a series of false explanations. Their explanations can be summarized maybe in 2 sentences. The real drug problem is that Communist China and Castro Cuba are sending in drugs which are developed by the mafia inside the United States to demoralize the country. Now, if that sounds, if that Chinese-Cuban conspiracy sounds like a later explanation for another event, the assassination, I think you're not too far off in seeing that both of them come from the same source. By the way, the only time they did have evidence of Cuban participation, times May 11th and June 2nd, 1962, the available evidence indicated anti-Castro Cubans were involved. By July 62, the FBN was under serious attack. Anslinger was no longer its boss. The Kennedy administration had accepted his retirement, moving Anslinger out, making him U.S. representative to the UN anti-narcotics meetings. New FBN Commissioner Giordano was an experienced FBN officer with a more narrow power base than Anslinger's, and therefore less threatening to the Kennedys. But Giordano was another, now documented, CIA ally. July 9/62, Giordano reported his support for Anslinger, but the New York Times, happy now to be attacking what looked like a sinking ship, backed the Kennedy administration, advocating a shift from focus on addiction to narcotics therapy. August 6, 1962, President John F. Kennedy announced that his administration would host a White House conference on narcotic and drug abuse to take place September 27, 28, 1962. In the 19 months from January 61 through July 62, Attorney General Robert Kennedy succeeded in arresting and convicting dozens and dozens of top drug traffickers and their associates. You need to look at the Attorney General report 61, 62, 63, and 64, which is in any federal registry library. Both California and New York were examining bold new narcotics reform programs. Influential figures across the United States in medicine, in criminology, in penology, in psychology, in sociology, and in government at the local and state and federal levels were persistently calling for major changes in the national anti-narcotics system, all led by the president himself. Given that 19-month pattern, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, its allies in U.S. intelligence, the syndicate, the Teamsters, and corporate profiteers in drugs and money laundering could predict what to expect from a national anti-narcotics conference sponsored by John and Robert Kennedy. Now, to prepare for that conference, the president established a presidential commission, the ad hoc panel on drug abuse, to study and report on the narcotics crisis in the United States. That was, as far as I can see, though, that was sent to the president. There exists, at least not in print that I could find, any separate edition of the ad hoc panel on drug abuse. It happens to be the last section of the printed proceedings. Now, this is a government document. Proceedings, White House Conference on Narcotic and Drug Abuse. It's a rather rare, important one, but again, go to your federal registry. They will frown because they probably think no such thing exists, but they'll find it for you. Proceedings of the White House Conference on Narcotic and Drug Abuse, September 27, 28, 1962. Every one of these documents is an historic document and points toward Dealey Plaza, November 22nd, 1963. The ad hoc committee prepared a remarkable, I think at the very least reformist, if not revolutionary document, and it was in the hands of the 400 attendees from across the country, very prestigious and influential people in a new and revolutionary direction in our anti-narcotics. Yes, Proceedings, White House Conference on Narcotic and Drug Abuse. All right? September 62. You can use the date, you can use White House, you can use narcotic, and it'll come up on a Federal Registry CD-ROM. The crucial research suggestions and action-oriented conclusions of that panel gave concrete direction to the White House, to the Presidential Commission that would be appointed afterward, to both the interim and final reports of still another Presidential Commission. That ad hoc panel then had begun a process of development of the administration's narcotic policies and programs that would lead the government through the first week of November 63. It delivered its groundbreaking medical report to the president the first week in September of 62, and the report was duplicated and sent to all of the participants, as I said. On September 16th and 17th, the New York Times reported on the ad hoc report. The warning bells continued to ring for the Bureau of Narcotics and its intelligence, syndicate, corrupt labor, informant, and military corporate allies. On July 5th, 62, President Kennedy accepted Harry Anslinger's resignation. The Kennedys now proceeded with their plan to dismantle the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and I can prove that, and substitute for its narcotics bureaucracy and for its protected major traffickers: 1, a national research-driven medical program; 2, an enlightened reform of the national narcotic and drug abuse laws; 3, a coordinated intelligence and law enforcement drive against the major organized crime narcotics producers and distributors. The next major step, the Kennedy Plan, a Kennedy-sponsored and Kennedy-organized first national conference on narcotic and drug abuse. Anslinger and Giordano were only allowed circumscribed statements. The organizers of the Kennedy agenda then broke loose. For 2 mornings, 2 afternoons, and 2 evenings, speaker after speaker supported the new Kennedy anti-narcotics vision. Throughout the conference, paper after paper emphasized that, quote, the drug abuse problem extends beyond narcotics, unquote. Just for example, Thursday, September 27, 1963, quote, current and experimental methods of treatment, unquote, were discussed. Research was examined, and late that afternoon, Dr. Lindesmith, that's the 3rd time you've heard his name, a remarkably heroic man, long a foe of the Bureau of Narcotics, argued that the smoking of dried hemp leaves, pot, was trivial, opening up a future Kennedy administration discussion of the decriminalization of marijuana. On Friday morning, September 28, 1962, civil commitment and parole was discussed. On that Friday afternoon, Robert Kennedy and Senator Thomas Dodd together strongly argued for the elimination of severe and mandatory drug sentencing. Dozens of judges on the state and federal level, federal criminal prison officials, medical experts presented eloquent arguments in support of the Kennedy administration's reform program. The Kennedys swept the field. Extraordinary document. Conference Planning Director Dean F. Markham concluded, quote, the first White House conference on narcotic and drug abuse is the beginning of a new, vital, and concerned effort to control the problem, unquote. In order to continue, there must be a focal point of coordination. To this end, the President is establishing at the White House level a commission. The commission's goal to expand, interpret, and recommend methods of implementing the ideas which you, the attendees, have brought to this meeting, unquote. Few presidentially sponsored programs were more heavily covered than by print, radio, and television media than this White House conference on transforming the country's narcotics and drugs agenda. 80 news organizations in all the media filed or broadcast stories on the conference. On January 15, 1963, President John F. Kennedy signed Presidential Executive Order 11076. Please remember that. Executive Order 11076. That presidential executive order created the Presidential Advisory Commission on Narcotic and Drug Abuse, an official body of the administrative branch of the government of the United States. I'll sometimes call that PACNDA, P-A-C-N-D-A, or the Pretty Man Commission. PACNDA is just the acronym for it, and Pretty Man Commission is the few times you might find it in print. It's called after its commission's chair. You may have heard other commissions named by their chair. This Kennedy Advisory Commission had the same legal status as, for example, a later presidentially commissioned panel popularly called the Warren Commission. PACNDA was headed by Judge E. Barrett Prettyman. The chair and 6 members were quite distinguished and knowledgeable. JFK's executive order requested the commission to recommend an anti-narcotics and drug abuse program to prevent the abuse of drugs and provide appropriate rehabilitation. 2, review and evaluate all the programs and operations of every federal agency presently involved in law enforcement functions or having statutory responsibilities. By the way, that opened up the door to examine Treasury and in their Federal Bureaus of Narcotics by Presidential Commission Executive Order. And 3, to recommend improving the effectiveness of such programs and operations. To establish the unquestioned legitimacy of the Pretty Man Commission and its presidential sanction, President Kennedy met with the commission in a carefully reported briefing at the White House in late January of '63. The commission then began an intensive 3-month investigation into the national narcotics crisis. Attorney General Robert Kennedy's coordinated attack on the narcotics traffickers registered significant syndicate and teamsters, arrests, indictments, and convictions throughout 1963. And growing support for the Kennedy administration's anti-narcotics program made year-long media news. For example, if you check the New York Times, major news stories on May 23rd, May 30th, June 2nd, June 4th, June 11th, June 20th, September 12th, September 14th, and November 21st. On March 15th, 1963, with the backing of the Kennedy administration, the Senate, First Session, 88th Congress, passed Resolution 17, authorizing an organized crime and narcotics investigation and series of hearings to be chaired by the Kennedys' old friend from their work together on the Rackets Committee, Senator John L. McLean. With John F. Kennedy in the White House and Robert Kennedy as Attorney General, now running a major concerted attack on narcotics traffickers utilizing the Justice Department, its Criminal Division, the Treasury Department, the Treasury's Bureau of Narcotics, the Treasury's IRS Intelligence Division, its Customs Section, and several other investigatory bodies, all united under Robert Kennedy, Securities and Exchange, as I suggested, the Kennedy program to transform the national anti-narcotics policies and programs, which already had the strong support from the judicial branch of the federal government, including the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, now had enlisted the Senate, part of the legislative branch of the federal government. On April 1st, 1963, the President's Advisory Commission delivered its interim report to President John F. Kennedy. The report was revolutionary. The commission urged, 1, increased attacks on syndicate narcotics importers and distributors, 2, rehabilitation for narcotics and drug abusers as opposed to mandatory sentencing and imprisonment, and 3, significantly lighter sentences for street pushers and narcotics victims, recommending instead that narcotics wholesalers be targeted. The Pretty Man Commission had delivered to President John F. Kennedy the most important administration-backed examination of narcotic and drug abuse in 100 years. The White House alerted the media. President John F. Kennedy announced his full endorsement of every one of the Pretty Man Commission's recommendations, pledging that all federal agencies concerned with the drug crisis would study the report and cooperate with the commission. It made front page, the New York Times, and across the United States. Simultaneously, on April 5th, 1963, the same day that JFK was hailing the commission's findings, the highly regarded New York Academy of Medicine publicly called for the Bureau of Narcotics to get out of the practice of medicine. Again, the New York Times made it front page news, so you had 2 stories simultaneous. The president wholly endorses what is in effect the dismantling of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and over here, the New York Academy of Medicine is telling the Federal Bureau of Narcotics to get out of the practice of medicine. Same front page. The Academy echoed the Kennedy's continuing argument with the Bureau. George Gaffney launched a counterattack, disputed the Academy of Medicine. New York Times retaliated, supporting the Kennedy New York Academy stand. Still further, the report of the proceedings of the White House Conference on Narcotic and Drug Abuse became available from the government printing office on April 5th, 1963. You don't see a concerted attack operating right on April 5th, 1963. You can't see one. Was distributed nationally to Federal Registry libraries the second week of April '63. For example, I have the State Library in Hartford, Connecticut received their copy on April 11th, 1963. In one volume, 2 major White House-backed documents detailed the Kennedy administration's planned changes, in the country's anti-narcotics programs and policies. Therefore, in the first 2 weeks of April 1963, the Kennedy administration had scored 3 major hits against the FBN, against its narcotics bureaucracy, against its network of protected narcotics dealers, against their syndicate supporters, against their U.S. intelligence allies. The bells again were tolling, the ominous news for the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and its narcotics nexus. The Kennedy administration left no doubt about its intentions. They were summarized, in fact, in Robert Kennedy's Attorney General's report for 1963, written, of course, before his brother died, discussing the President's Advisory Commission's findings. The official report of the Attorney General of the United States on narcotics drugs, 1963. The President's Advisory Commission on Narcotic and Drug Abuse issued in April of '63 a preliminary report of great discernment, great value, great usefulness. It recommended the abandonment of the present purely punitive approach to the narcotics problem and urged that instead the federal government adopt a broad program of research, enforcement aimed at the major racketeers, more regulation of habit-forming drugs, the rehabilitative treatment of addicts, and more coordination of federal and state efforts to control the drug traffic. We, that is, the Justice Department of the United States, we heartily endorse all these recommendations as a constructive approach and one which promises of taking the profit out of smuggling and peddling of drugs, which at bottom, significant transferring from gambling and other racketeers to drugs, which at bottom has been the juice on which the gangsters and racketeers have built their empires. It's time we dried up the market by curing the addicts. I believe the less than 4 weeks between March 17th and April 11th, in fact, fixed JFK's fate. From Senator Kennedy's announcement of the need for a national conference, through that coordinated attack led by the Attorney General, the support of the AMA, the ABA, the gambling hearings, the ad hoc panel report, the White House conference, the compelling evidence mounted. Now in the spring of '63, the catalytic events leading to the assassination occurred. Those April 5th hits on the FBN and its entire structure. The newest recommendations of the President's official Pretty Man Commission signaled the Kennedys would not turn back on their announced commitment. The narcotics cartel, its intelligence support, and all its allies were in mortal danger from the Kennedys. Whether prompted by the Kennedys or arrived at independently, the Pretty Man Commission, remember, by executive order, an official commission of the President of the United States, the Pretty Man Commission's decision was to dismantle the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and transfer its entire enforcement functions to the Justice Department to be totally controlled by the then Attorney General, Robert Kennedy. This recommendation was basic to their final report dated November 1st, 1963. Another marvelous document in your Federal Registry library. In September of '63, the Treasury Department, not the Bureau, the Treasury Department announced new rules, probably Dillon said, these are the rules, for interpreting U.S. anti-narcotics legislation, bringing the Bureau of Narcotics in line with the Kennedy administration. Following 4 months of intense trench warfare in the struggle against narcotics, the Kennedy administration opened a second front in late September of '63. Again, I can only tell you it is extraordinarily important. Organized crime and illicit traffic in narcotics, they controlled the entire hearings, two-part structure. Part one was to deal with, and now see, the FBN could call it the mafia, and the FBI could call it, really bad Italian, La Cosa Nostra, right? The R thing. And the RFK and the Justice Department could call it the syndicate. By whatever name, RFK had gotten agreement among all these people that whatever you called it, it was responsible for the narcotics traffic. And now these hearings with their two-phase structure, one, they would go after the wholesalers and distributors, and then the second part, they would go after the specific narcotics traffic. In fact, RFK indicated that he was most interested in what was called in the introductory material, the mafia's so-called associated non-members, all right, including Meyer Lansky and the Lansky Group, which was to be a major RFK target after the '64 election. Phase two was to take up, as I said, criminal operations. Remarkable set of hearings. They were interrupted on October 16, 1963. 20 defendants in New York up on drug charges asked for indefinite postponement. That was reported on October 6, 1963. Subsequently, by the way, 11 were convicted. The open narcotics hearings were then suspended after the end of the October 16th session. The committee did hear Joe Valachi again in closed executive session. By the way, I have enough on Valachi to take up another hour or so I'm not ignoring him. The committee did hear him in closed executive session, 48 hours before the delivery of this extraordinary document on November 1st, 1963. Remember also that this was delivered on the very day and set on the president's desk on the day that the president apparently received word that President Diem was assassinated, reportedly unhinging President Kennedy. The narcotics hearings had been broken in two, announced as delayed only temporarily. The most crucial second phase on organized crime narcotics traffic was to open at the end of that trial. But before the hearings could be reconvened, another major part of the narcotics drive to reform the country's anti-narcotics policies and programs, President John F. Kennedy was killed in Dallas on November 22nd, 63. When John F. Kennedy was declared dead in Parkland Memorial Hospital on November 22nd, Robert Kennedy was no longer in control of the Kennedy administration's narcotics reformation program. With the president dead, his administration was forced to disband, his programs at best on hold. On March 11, 64, Robert Kennedy announced he would resign as Attorney General no later than November of 64. The narcotics hearings resumed on July 28, 64, after that announcement. But they were no longer part of the Kennedy administration's anti-narcotics grand design. There were witnesses still loyal to the Kennedys. They did appear. There was still in their hearts and in their what they said a plan to put the Bureau of Narcotics out of business, and they were able to testify. But the opening witnesses in July of 64 were Giordano and Anslinger in support of the FBN. The Kennedy anti-narcotics program was finished. The combined indifference of the committee chair, Senator McLean, and the open hostility of the committee's general counsel left nothing of the previously orchestrated Kennedy plan intact. Now about the final report. The President's Advisory Commission's report was, in a word, revolutionary. It synthesized and organized 3 full years of orchestrated Kennedy administration anti-narcotics policies. It was absolutely remarkable. It had 7 distinguished members. It had 11 staff members headed by Dean Markham from the Special Projects staff of the White House. It had 5 interdepartmental liaisons from State, Treasury, Defense, Justice, and HEW. It had 80 eminent consultants and advisors it had used to develop the report. The Commission made 25 recommendations. I'll blow the horn when the ones I think are absolutely revolutionary and at the same time lead to the death a few blocks away. The Commission made 25 recommendations. I've organized them so we can hear them very quickly. The Commission recommended that a presidential aggressive action directive be issued immediately to all federal executives to join the administration's drive against narcotics and dangerous drugs. That a special assistant for narcotic and drug abuse have coordinating authority and responsibility, the equivalent, by the way, of a new cabinet-level executive position in the war against drugs in the Kennedy administration. That a Citizens Advisory Committee be created for review and recommendation. That the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare be given major unified responsibilities, National Development and Distributing Center, Center of a National Reporting System on Narcotics and Drug Abuse, and a National Testing Center to establish the safety of all available, possibly psychotoxic narcotics and drugs. That a permanent comprehensive research plan covering all aspects of abuse be established and funded by the federal government, and on an international level, several other important things. The federal government supports state, cities, and private institutions in development, treatment, and rehabilitation centers locally, but that the federal government, there are another couple of agencies that are not going to like this one, that the federal government close down its own extensive so-called public treatment programs and limits its activities to research only. In line with that, to begin to close down the federal program, the federal hospitals in Lexington, Kentucky and Fort Worth, Texas will be closed down. They will stop all of their operations and accept only, quote, voluntary patients for purposes of research, study, A special treatment program be established within the Bureau of Federal Prisons. A federal commitment statute be passed. Legitimate medical use of narcotics and medical treatment of narcotics be determined by the medical profession, confirmed by the amendment of federal law. Here comes one of the biggies. The functions of the Bureau of Narcotics relating to the regulation of legitimate transport of narcotic drugs and marijuana be transferred out of Treasury and out of the FBM to the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. And then a new HEW unit assigned to safety testing would then regulate this area. Here comes another one. The investigation of illegal trafficking in dangerous drugs be transferred totally from HEW to the Department of Justice. Legislation was then needed, a massive new educational program was to be funded, and a biggie. Robert Graves quoted another poet saying they really knew when a poem was great when the hair on the back of their head stood up, and Graves said it also worked for his whiskers when he shaved. If he read a poem and he could shave better, it meant the hairs on his face were standing up straight, and he got an easier shape out of good poetry. In the reading of the report, I had that kind of experience. Here it comes. All investigative functions of the Bureau of Narcotics relating to the illicit manufacture, sale, or other distribution or possession of narcotic drugs and marijuana be transferred from the Department of the Treasury and its Bureau of Narcotics to the Department of Justice. In order for justice to perform these duties, there will be an all-new federal enforcement personnel development. The 25 recommendations define the Kennedy agenda in its reformation of the nation's anti-narcotics program. Obviously, it included the total dismantling of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. All of the FBN's investigatory and law enforcement functions would reside in the Justice Department. The Prettyman Commission left no doubt about the projected dissolution of the Bureau of Narcotics. On November 29, 1963, President Johnson appointed the members of his Presidential Commission, Warren Commission. December 5th, the Warren Commission held its first meeting, 2 hours, 45 minutes. They talked about news leaks and a handful of research projects. December 9th, U.S. Acting Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach, in effect the acting Attorney General, wrote the Warren Commission, recommended that it issue immediately a statement that the FBI report, now complete, showed without doubt that Lee Harvey Oswald was a loner. On December 13, 63, joint resolution of Congress gave the Warren Commission subpoena and other judicial authority. The Warren Commission met several times again in December. Especially significant was a 28 meeting where Howard Willens set up the investigative structure, a proposed structure already accepting the argument that Oswald was the assassin. On January 21st, the Warren Commission decided to hold closed sessions. On January 22nd, the Warren Commission met to discuss possible U.S. and Oswald intelligence links. Got back to that on January 27th. In the midst of all this initial Warren Commission action, on January 25th, the official report of the President's Advisory Commission on Narcotic and Drug Abuse, withheld since the death of John F. Kennedy, was released. Apparently the Commission had again sent its report to the President, but this time it was President Johnson, sometime after November 22nd, asking for the new President's support of John F. Kennedy's revolutionary program. The White House was constrained to respond. According to the New York Times, the report was released to the press by the Johnson White House without comment. Press Secretary Pierre Salinger said, remember that executive order that I gave you? Press Secretary Pierre Salinger said he did not know LBJ's intentions. Salinger stated, this is a citizen's report. We're just making it public. We're not going to have any comment on it. That statement, as reported by Salinger, is blatantly untrue. The President's Advisory Commission had been created by presidential executive order, staffed by White House Special Projects Section. By the way, the White House also said the Justice Department turned a cold shoulder. No, we don't want to incorporate the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. That's been recommended before. We don't want to do that. It's an excellent operation. I was shocked. But don't be shocked for any moment more, because it was Katzenbach or his spokesperson who made that announcement. and the only recommendations for incorporation were the Kennedy administration itself. What about Robert Kennedy? Why did he say, hey, wait a minute? They chose a moment when Robert Kennedy was not only not in Washington, but not even in the United States. LBJ had asked RFK to visit Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines to mediate a so-called Indonesian-Malaysian dispute. RFK left the United States on January 20th. He was involved in the mediation through the 24th, expecting to arrive in London on the 24th. Unexpectedly, RFK was delayed when the U.S. Air Force plane taking him to London was reportedly forced to land at Évreux-Fauville U.S. Air Force Base, 60 miles west of Paris, for refueling. On January 25th, then, crucial date, the day that Johnson dismissed the Kennedy administration's Advisory Commission report, Robert Kennedy was in London late and expected to be there through January 28th. The chief sponsor and action officer of the Kennedy's anti-narcotics program had been conveniently sent out of the country by the new president. What the Times did, by the way, it was said that, well, you know, the FBN's been under fire by judges and the New York Academy of Medicine. Now, that's the beginning of the revision of U.S. history, because it ignored the very history that it itself had published for 3 years, heavily publicized reform programs promoted by the Kennedys. With the Warren Commission, by the way, only beginning its deliberations 1 day later, January 26, 1964, the day after Johnson White House rejects a 3-year program of revolutionary support for reform of the narcotics programs in the United States, a long front-page article in New York Times reports that all the outstanding JFK assassination questions have now been answered. Remarkable. Some members of the Prettyman Commission, though, tried heroically to make and they did get into the news, probably not making very many friends, when they said they're still backing 100% dismantling of their narcotics bureau. Who killed JFK? Sometime between March 17th and April 11th, 1963, I believe a decision was made to murder John F. Kennedy. The catalyst was certainly the President's Advisory Commission interim report of April 1963, calling for the dismantling of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. The November 1st, 63 final report confirmed that plan, threatening to expose the entire narcotics nexus, all its intelligence and syndicate support, all its anti-communist and corporate support, and all their dirty secrets. I think by April 23rd, 1963, the decision to bring JFK to Texas was obviously announced. Following that decision, the Kennedys planned for a reformation of the nation's anti-narcotics programs. The anti-Kennedy response to that reformation plan are, I believe, the specific institutional contexts for the answer to the question, who killed JFK? That answer is, I believe, the managers of the international narcotics traffic and their organized crime, U.S. intelligence, and anti-communist network associates. They're the ones who murdered President John F. Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. Thank you. It's my extreme pleasure, as I told you, I feel better standing up, and my colleagues have much better sense. They stand down or sit. We're going to hear next from Tom Hartman, the author of over 200 articles published in magazines and newspapers ranging from the Christian Science Monitor to IBW, International Business Week, earned the Jesse H. Neal Award for Excellence in Reporting, has 3 nonfiction books currently in the stores, and one of his books was featured in Time magazine just this year. Has worked in radio and television news for 7 years, a reporter, anchor person, news director, and while doing book research, became a licensed private detective. Tom, I've got a problem. Could you look into it? I'll see you later. Hartman was also the founder and manager of the JFK Assassination Research Forum on CompuServe. It's my great pleasure to introduce Tom Hartman.
Thank you, George. I think this mic, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. In any murder investigation, the classic, perhaps cliche, is motive, means, and opportunity. And George Michael has done a marvelous job here this morning or this afternoon, I think, of presenting motive. Certainly, the Kennedys were in the process of taking apart the international drug business, or at least the United States portion of it, and the mafia, in particular the mob, the syndicate as it were, was under incredible, extreme pressure from them on all fronts. They were using the IRS for the first time, number of things. What I want to talk about are, going from motive is to opportunity, and to a certain extent means. And then Lamar will summarize with a considerable amount of detail about the means. In quick summary, what we're going to talk about is how these people used an existing, well, I'll get into the details of that as it goes along. First, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Kennedy brothers' plan to bring democracy to Cuba using an operation that we call Project Freedom. Now, it may sound like Cuba's out there, and what are we talking about, the drug trade here? You will see where these intersect in a moment. I must emphasize that Project Freedom is our name for Kennedy's secret operation. Lyndon Johnson and J. Edgar Hoover called it one thing, the CIA called it another, and the Navy probably had yet another name for it. And we're calling it Project Freedom because freedom for the Cuban people was the Kennedy brothers' ultimate goal with this. After I finish, Lamar will go into more detail about Project Freedom, expanding beyond the Vanity Fair article, which shared some of the details of that. He will give you a number of new details gleaned from our sources and declassified documents, many first publicly revealed this afternoon and in this forum, which will demonstrate how the Mafia successfully used their drug operations, specifically their heroin traffickers, to help in the murder of John Kennedy. Further, I'll be leaving immediately after my presentation. In this last week, I've flown from Vancouver to Frankfurt and back to Dallas, and I've got an 8 o'clock flight out of here tonight. So Lamar will be here to answer your questions, but that's only appropriate. He's the researcher in the team, and I'm the writer, and he's has a very good command of the facts here. Even on those occasions where I've traveled to other countries to do research for this book, spoken with government and military leaders, members of the Cuban resistance. We've tracked down professional killers for the Mafia, talked with former initiates, close friends, co-workers of John and Robert Kennedy. It's always been with Lamar, with Lamar's questions in hand, so I'll be leaving you in good hands. First, some background. Lamar and I have spent 6 years researching this issue and tracking down sources. We've interviewed several people close to John and Robert Kennedy who have never spoken before publicly on the record. Our effort began as an attempt to write a carefully researched book that would cover JFK's efforts to bring democracy to Cuba, especially his actions after the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Kennedys' massive efforts against organized crime. These efforts went way beyond the well-publicized attacks against Jimmy Hoffa and extended all the way to powerful mob bosses like Santos Trafficante and Carlos Marcello. Over a 5-year period, we constructed a massive computerized database containing information about organized crime and Cuban operations, including Project Freedom, from hundreds of sources. To answer remaining questions, we approached people close to the actual events and who were close to John and Robert Kennedy. Since our book is being written in such a way that their identities and national security operations could be protected, and parenthetically, I'll note, we're writing this book as a novel, as a historically accurate novel rather than a nonfiction book, because we have come across so much information that can't be presented without endangering people and programs, that it really has to be presented this way. And with our assurance that that would be how it would be presented, a number of people were willing to cooperate with us in ways that frankly surprised us. Many of these people would love to have this on the record, but know why it cannot be, and you will too when we're finished here. Their help led to our discovery of documentary proof of Project Freedom from sources like the John F. Kennedy Library at the National Archives and the National Security Archives of the Brookings Institute. We were also able to go back to previously reviewed material like the Church Committee report and discover in references and footnotes confirmation of things we've been told in confidence by multiple off-the-record sources. Those footnotes had been overlooked by thousands of researchers, including us, over the years, because without knowledge of Project Freedom, nobody could understand the relevance of what would otherwise seem to be cryptic comments. Now that many more documents are being declassified, we're finding even more on-the-record documentation of Project Freedom, which Lamar will tell you about as soon as I'm finished. Our research has led us to conclude that Bobby Kennedy's suspicions, which he expressed to aides and friends before his death, were correct. the mob assassinated his brother. Mobsters learned in the summer and fall of 1963 of the Kennedys' plan to bring democracy to Cuba, what we call Project Freedom. Using their knowledge of Project Freedom, mob bosses Santos Trafficante and Carlos Marcello were able to kill JFK while forcing the government to cover up much of the evidence having to do with the assassination in order to protect the secrecy of Project Freedom and its innocent participants. As John Davis, Dan Moldea, Walter Sheridan, and others have documented, both JFK and Bobby knew of the danger that they were collectively facing from Jimmy Hoffa and the Mafia in mounting the biggest assault on organized crime, as George Michael has talked about here, that has ever been attempted in the United States history, and certainly larger than anything that has been even feebly attempted since then. But while they were fighting the mob on one front, on another front they were also trying to restore democracy to Cuba. And there, they knew that Fidel Castro, if he found out about their plans to overthrow him in 1963, that plan we call Project Freedom, might retaliate. This led them to create a still secret Cuba contingency plan for dealing with the possibility of Castro's retaliation. But JFK had not forgotten that the mob would use part of his Cuba plan, or hadn't foreseen, rather, pardon me, that the mob would use part of his Cuba plans against him, first trying to assassinate him in November of 1963 in Chicago, then in Tampa, and finally, successfully, here in Dallas. Project Freedom was not just a CIA operation or a naval intelligence operation or an army operation. Those groups had important roles, but it was not controlled by any of those groups. This was Bobby Kennedy's own personal operation. After the disaster at the Bay of Pigs and the absurdly ineffective CIA mob plots, Bobby was not about to entrust such an important operation completely to the CIA. He was also concerned about secrecy, so much so that he had men responsible for implementing Project Freedom report directly to him without having to go through the traditional bureaucracy or government agencies that normally would intervene in such a process. Project Freedom involved most of the true leaders of the Bay of Pigs, including heroic fighters like Manuel Artimi, Pepe San Marón, and who had large-scale bases in Central America ready for an amphibious assault on Cuba. It included Manuel Rey's group Hure, considered the most liberal of the exile groups, and as detailed in Bill Turner's Deadly Secrets, it included Eloy Menoyo, who was running a base of operations in the Dominican Republic. It included a small U.S. military contingent made up of trusted Cuban exiles based at Fort Benning, Georgia. And most importantly, it also, and this is the key, it also involved people in Cuba, people with a power base, officials in the government higher than Rolando Cubelo. This, what was unique about Project Freedom and differentiated it from all other previous programs against Fidel Castro, was that it was designed to assist these secret allies of the United States who were within the Cuban government, working for Castro but not loyal to him, in staging an internal coup. This coup then, and not some invasion by U.S. forces or some wild plan to have Castro's beard fall off or to kill him with exploding seashells, this coup would leave in place in the Cuban government friends of democracy, and thereby was, in Robert Kennedy's mind, the best possibility to bring about a truly democratic government for Cuba. After the coup, the new leaders of Cuba would ask for assistance in restoring order and rebuilding their democracy from the U.S. Exile leaders Artimi, San Ramon, Rey, Menoyo would then land and help form a coalition government with a special force of Cuban-American soldiers stationed and trained at Fort Benning, specifically for this, providing support. Some people, upon hearing of the Kennedy brothers' secret plan to support an internal coup in Cuba, may assume that they were sanctioning the assassination of Fidel Castro, or that assassination was at the core of the operation. But our discussion with participants in Project Freedom and the documentary record, including an NSC planning memo of June 1963, show that Project Freedom was definitely not an assassination operation. This was altogether different from the CIA mob plots to assassinate Castro that the CIA had kept hidden from Bobby. For your reference, the actual National Security Council memorandum was kept classified for a long time, but a summary of it can be found in the House Select Committee on Assassinations, Volume 10, page 77. In Section 1, it says that the overthrow of the Castro communist regime must be accomplished by Cuban citizens, not Americans, inside and outside of Cuba, working in concert. And Section 4, which says the U.S. government will deny any participation if the plan is ever discovered, helps to explain the secrecy surrounding Project Freedom. Keep in mind the milieu in which Jack and Robert Kennedy saw the need for Project Freedom. They had inherited, without realizing it at first, a series of ill-advised and often Keystone Cops-like CIA mob assassination plots against Castro, which were started by Richard Nixon. Nixon had escalated these to a fevered pitch in 1960 in an attempt to pull off an October surprise to throw the presidential election his way. His pressure on the agency and the involvement of the mafia led to a situation that the Kennedys, particularly Robert, found abhorrent, as well as lousy foreign policy. The Kennedys ordered them stopped and were told that they were stopped, although they were lied to, and the plots continued right through the time of JFK's assassination. To the Kennedys, Project Freedom was not an assassination plan. It was support for an already brewing coup, using people living within Cuba itself to bring democracy to that country. Bobby realized that assassinating Fidel Castro would only result in Raul or Che taking power, or possibly even another Batista-style dictatorship. But by working with Cubans who already had a power base in Cuba, and with Cuban exiles who enjoyed support among the exiles in America, the Kennedys believed that they could help forge a Cuban government that would have broad, popular, local support and lead to the first true democracy in the history of Cuba. In many ways, it would be similar to the U.S. today supporting a coup in Iraq by reformers inside Saddam's government and Iraqi exiles with the goal of eventually bringing a stable democracy to Iraq. If possible, JFK would have preferred a peaceful, negotiated resolution of the Cuban problem, and he was continuing to work on this angle by having William Atwood secretly negotiate with Fidel. But there was no way to be sure that those negotiations would yield a settlement, so he also approved this tough action against Fidel's government, this Project Freedom. JFK did not want Cuba to become another Vietnam. The 1964 campaign for the presidency was beginning, and the Republicans were already starting to beat JFK over the head with the Cuba issue. Nixon, who was leading JFK in the polls, as was Goldwater, had already made it clear to JFK that Nixon, would have committed U.S. forces at the Bay of Pigs. So a Republican victory in '64 meant to the Kennedys that a Vietnam-style conflict would happen just 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Not wanting Cuba to become a political football during the campaign or to be faced with another Cuban Missile Crisis if evidence of Soviet or Chinese missiles surfaced, JFK felt that he had no choice but to take definitive action on Cuba soon, before the end of the year and the beginning of the 1964 campaign. A few more details about Project Freedom. First, it was totally separate from the A.M. Lash operation. The Church Report volume entitled Alleged Assassination Plots Involving Foreign Leaders has a footnote on page 86 documenting a separate operation against Castro, which was going on at the same time as the A.M. Lash operation. It says this other plan involves using people within the Cuban government to essentially stage a coup. This is a reference to Project Freedom, which either the CIA or the Church Committee had made intentionally vague. There's another official reference to Project Freedom in Volume 5 of the Church Report on pages 30 and 31. It clearly shows that two operations against Cuba were halted on December 8th, A.M. Lash and one other, the one we call Project Freedom. It mentions a coup that Kennedy's CIA Director McCone knew about, but does not refer to A.M. Lash. That's because the A.M. Lash operation was kept partially hidden from McCone and Bobby Kennedy. The only coup that McCone and Kennedy were aware of was Project Freedom. The next paragraph in that volume of the Church Report deals with trying to get President Johnson to continue the operation. It's not referring to A.M. Lash, but to Project Freedom. Project Freedom was much more thoroughly planned and was much farther along than the A.M. Lash operation at the time of the death of JFK. Project Freedom was set to commence in late November or early December of 1963. And it actually stood a good chance of succeeding because the people in Cuba involved in Project Freedom had a much larger power base and constituency than did those involved in A.M. Lash. One of the questions many people ask is why and how Desmond Fitzgerald of the CIA could feel confident in pursuing the A.M. Lash operation without Bobby Kennedy's full knowledge and authorization. An examination of the record in light of this new knowledge of Project Freedom shows that Fitzgerald used the National Security Council's June of 1963 authorization for Project Freedom to indirectly self-authorize the A.M. Lash project. In other words, since he was following the basic outlines of Bobby's wishes to overthrow the Castro regime, he felt that he was legally justified, even if he didn't fully brief Bobby or the president. So Bobby and McCone remained unaware of the scope of the A.M. Lash operation. But when word of the A.M. Lash plan leaked out much later, those who worked with Bobby on Project Freedom felt that the CIA's Desmond Fitzgerald had observed both the spirit and the letter of this June 1963 directive of the NSC, and that this directive represented very much Bobby's wishes. Desmond Fitzgerald oversaw CIA operation for Project Freedom, in addition to running his own AM-Lash operation. Contrary to some reports, Fitzgerald was not passing a poison pen to AM-Lash in Paris when JFK was assassinated. Fitzgerald was in Washington, meeting with other CIA officials and Bobby's representatives about putting the final phase of Project Freedom into effect. Aside from sharing some of the same case officers, the only other thing in common between the AM-Lash operation and Project Freedom was one thing: Santos Trafficante. According to recently declassified portions of the CIA Inspector General's report, Santos Trafficante had penetrated the AM-Lash operation. Trafficante, one of the major heroin traffickers, certainly in the United States, if not the world, and his close associate Carlos Marcello, also managed to learn about Project Freedom and Bobby Kennedy's Cuban contingency plan for protecting Project Freedom. Bobby Kennedy and those reporting to him in the highest echelons of the tightly held Project Freedom tried very hard to make sure that the mob was not a part of or able to infiltrate Project Freedom in any way. But keep in mind that Project Freedom was only one part, although it was the most important part, of a large covert operation against Fidel on the part of the United States. Beginning under Vice President Nixon in 1960, according to Dan Moldea back in 1959, mobsters had been working for the CIA to help them against Fidel. But unknown to Bobby Kennedy, some of these mobsters, who were, incidentally, loyal to Santos Trafficante and Carlos Marcello, maintained unofficial connections to CIA operatives in the summer and fall of 1963. For instance, Johnny Roselli was supposedly released from the CIA assassination plots in January of '63. But according to Bradley Ayer's book, The War That Never Was, and Gaten Fonzie's book, The Last Investigation, personal contacts allowed Roselli access to CIA officials in Miami throughout the summer and fall of 1963. Recently released CIA documents show Roselli remaining friendly with CIA agents for more than a year after the assassination of John Kennedy. Trafficante and Carlos Marcello used Johnny Roselli's knowledge of Project Freedom and their other CIA operations to cover up the true story of how they killed JFK. A second and vitally important component of Project Freedom was the Cuba Contingency Plan. Contingency plans began to be made in September of 1963 for what to do if Fidel or his sympathizers learned about Project Freedom and decided to retaliate against the United States. These plans were detailed in Volume 5 of the Church Report, beginning on page 15. In addition to other forms of retaliation, the Kennedys and the National Security Council considered the possibility that Fidel might even order the assassination of U.S. public officials. The Cuba Contingency Plan was intended to buy time for the Kennedy administration, in the event that Fidel was successful in such an effort, to determine carefully how they would react publicly. Though the plans for September and early October were discussed in the Church Report, the report is silent as to any of the details that the plan actually included and about the planning that continued in November of 1963. One heavily censured document was declassified in 1980, however, after the House Select Committee had finished its work. It's dated November 12, 1963, and it shows that just 10 days before JFK's death, the U.S. government was making contingency plans for what to do if a U.S. official was assassinated by Castro's agents because of Project Freedom. The Cuba Contingency Plan was mainly directed at the possibility of Fidel or his sympathizers having a U.S. ambassador assassinated, presumably in a Latin American country. This was the assumption. They figured this is probably what he would do if he was going to try to strike back at us. In that case, the President and the National Security Council would need time to plan a reasoned response without being subject to the intense pressure from the U.S. press, Nixon, or partisan reactionaries in Congress. For instance, JFK wouldn't want to order quick retaliatory strikes against Cuba, only to find out later that Fidel really wasn't behind the death of that particular U.S. ambassador. Imagine you're JFK. You've just gotten word that the U.S. ambassador to Panama, for example, has been assassinated, and the initial evidence points to it being a Cuban agent who assassinated him. Imagine what you'd need in order to have the time and information necessary to make the right decision about what to do and what to tell the American people. Remember, being rushed into making the wrong decision could start World War III. You'd want plans for controlling press coverage of the assassination, making sure explosive details or rumors about the killing were not publicized widely or wildly, You'd want military control of the autopsy regardless of the wishes of local officials. A naval base would be preferable because of the Navy's role in your Cuba plans, and also because, if you're John Kennedy, you can trust the Navy, that branch of service, because you're a former member of it. You have good connections to it. You'd want federal agencies to seize control of the evidence and the investigation as quickly as possible, though they'd have to do this carefully to avoid ruffling local feathers and avoid the appearance of a cover-up. You'd basically want whatever steps were needed to buy time for the President and the National Security Council to make the best decision possible about how to respond. What else did the Cuba contingency plan include? Well, according to a 1976 article by award-winning reporter Ted Salt, I'm mispronouncing that, am I not?
Tad Schultz.
Tad Schultz, thank you. Oh, yeah. There was a task force consisting of representatives of the FBI, CIA, and others designed to investigate possible incidents of retaliation by Fidel and report directly to Bobby Kennedy. Report directly to Bobby Kennedy. These contingency plans were actually used, to quash press coverage of assassination attempts against JFK in Chicago on November 1st of 1963, because the mob, now knowing about the Cuba contingency plan and Project Freedom, made sure that local and federal officials believed that a Cuban agent of Castro's was in the area at the time. There's a memo in the AARC files where several Chicago newsmen discussed the threat. Quote, 4 men who planned an assassination attempt, but they were seized but apparently not arrested. A disassembled rifle was found. Unquote. And the fact that there was no press coverage of it at this time. The HSCA looked into this attempt, and we've investigated more and are convinced that this was an attempt planned by Trafficante and Marcello on JFK's life, involving some of the same people who eventually killed him in Dallas 5 days later. This is separate from the well-documented Valier arrest, which was reported because there was no apparent Castro-Cuban connection associated with it. The Cuba contingency plan was also put into effect in Tampa on November 18, 1963. Again, it was implemented. Like Chicago, the mob had made sure that there were indications that Cuban agents were involved in Tampa, which had a very active Fair Play for Cuba committee chapter. The 2 articles which detailed the threat did not appear until a week after JFK's visit, when he was dead. There was virtually no press coverage of the threat at that time. The article published after JFK's death says that the FBI, the Secret Service, and local police all refused to discuss the matter with UPI. Not exactly a good way to get the word out for a suspect when you're expecting an assassination attempt, but it is consistent with the aims of the Cuba contingency plan. In the Tampa case, by the way, a description was issued prior to JFK's motorcade. The suspect was white, male, slender build, in his 20s, virtually identical to the one issued in Dallas right after JFK was assassinated. Just to be clear, the 53-year-old banker mentioned in the articles had nothing to do with the assassination threat, which involved 2 others, if you track those down. In one of the articles, Tampa Police Chief Mullen says he doesn't know, quote, if the other 2 may have followed the presidential caravan to Dallas, end quote. Reporter Seth Cantor learned that a close associate of the 2 men did indeed go to Texas. Their associate, according to Cantor, just happened to be a Fair Play for Cuba committee member, which would, of course, ring loud bells for anyone charged with implementing the Cuba contingency plan and protecting the security of the United States. Also, the Tampa area motorcade was one of the longest of JFK's presidency, perfect for an assassination. It even had a sharp 90-degree turn in front of a huge unsecured building with lots of windows, very similar to Dallas. Like other stops on his Florida tour, Tampa involved a visit to a military base, which is important because JFK knew that military forces stationed in Florida might be called upon to support Project Freedom, which would be implemented in the coming weeks. As for why the attempt on JFK's life was not carried through in Tampa, it's possible it was canceled because word of the threat leaked out, as borne out by newspaper articles we saw published after the event. Also, there were last-minute changes in the motorcade route that might have caused timing problems, and it's highly possible that the ever-cautious Trafficante simply preferred that the hit take place somewhere other than his own home turf. JFK was certainly aware of the rumors of threats against his life, yet he continued with his Florida tour, going on to Miami for a speech that same day. Remember, JFK and Bobby had known since the fall of 1962 that Jimmy Hoffa's mobsters had been trying to kill Bobby. But they had not let that stop their prosecution of Hoffa. And JFK would not be stopped now, because he had a very important speech to give in Miami that day. It was the speech that would signal the leaders of the coup in Cuba that they had the support of the President of the United States and that the U.S.-based operatives of Project Freedom were now ready to act immediately. JFK's Miami speech was reported in the Dallas Times-Herald the following day. You can find it in Commission Exhibit number 2695 with the headline, quote, "Kennedy virtually invites Cuban coup," end quote. Some people have said his Miami speech was intended for A.M. Lash. In actuality, it was a signal to his Project Freedom allies inside the Cuban government that he would support their actions. That this speech was intended as a signal to the coup leaders in Cuba is further verified by a footnote from page 20 of Volume 5 of the Church report, where it refers to JFK's speech that day as an example of the kind of statement that new President Lyndon Johnson should make to the Project Freedom people in Cuba if he wanted the plan to continue. Just 4 days after JFK's Miami speech to his Project Freedom allies in Cuba, however, he was dead. And parts of his Cuba contingency plan wound up being applied to his own assassination. This explains many of the peculiarities surrounding the medical evidence and Robert Kennedy's and the government's handling of the investigation of JFK's assassination. We know now that mob bosses Santo Trafficante and Carlos Marcello had learned of the Cuba contingency plans through their contacts in the CIA. They did this using contacts developed 3 years earlier when Vice President Nixon's push for an October election surprise in Cuba resulted in the CIA enlisting mobsters like Trafficante to assassinate Fidel Castro. Trafficante and Marcello used their knowledge of the Cuba contingency plan to force the government of the United States to hide the mafia's involvement in the JFK assassination. As long as the mob's patsy had Cuban connections, like Oswald did, and there were reports of Cuban agent activity in the area, official Cuban agent in the area, they knew that the government and Bobby Kennedy would be forced into a certain response, dictated by the Cuba contingency plan. Blaming the JFK killing on Castro or a Castro agent may also cause the U.S. government to invade Cuba in retaliation. This would be very helpful to Trafficante and Marcello. First of all, because it would take the focus of the government and the American people away from the assassination, and secondly, they may have even ended up with another government down there in Cuba sympathetic to them, as was Batista. They might have gone back into the casino business. It may also have been an added incentive thrown like a bone by Trafficante and Marcello to the mob's few low-level intelligence contacts within the government to help in the Kennedy killing, because they also wanted to see Castro overthrown. We can tell you now that one of the low-level CIA operatives assigned to Project Freedom was, according to official government reports, fired from the CIA for his contacts with organized crime in Florida. This happened after the JFK assassination, and we've discovered that the Florida organized crime contacts of this particular CIA's agents did involve dealings with Santos Trafficante. Is there documentation that Trafficante and Marcello or their associates knew about Project Freedom? Is there documentation? John Martino, who was Johnny Roselli's roommate in 1963, tells us so in Warren Commission Exhibit number 657. Even as the Warren Commission was holding hearings in February of 1964, Trafficante's man, John Martino, taunted the FBI with his knowledge of JFK's secret plan to eliminate Castro's rule over Cuba, his knowledge of Project Freedom. In fact, according to Bill Turner's Deadly Secrets, book Deadly Secrets, Martino began spreading the word that Castro was behind the assassination just 3 days after Kennedy was shot. And he continued to do so in speeches and articles for months to come. This kept the pressure on the government to keep the Cuba contingency plan in place and to limit certain aspects of the investigation and to steer the Warren Commission in the direction they took. This included limiting the investigation of John Martino, as Warren Commission memos to J. Lee Rankin reproduced in the HSCA volumes show as well. It all comes back to Trafficante. As in a 1959 FBI memo connecting Martino to Trafficante and the notorious Rolando Masferrer shows, and as Earl Goltz documented in 1978, and as reported in Tony Summers' Vanity Fair article, John Martino knew many details of the assassination, including the fact that there was more than one shooter and that Oswald was supposed to meet his contact at the Texas Theater. When we talk about the mob here, and the dozen or so people knowingly involved in the assassination. Our definition of organized crime is not limited to the mafia. As Peter Dale Scott points out in Deep Politics, the classic Sicilian mafia depicted in movies like The Godfather presents only one aspect of organized crime. As the term applies to the JFK assassination, organized crime includes many nationalities and ethnic groups ranging from the Jewish Jack Ruby to French connection heroin traffickers to corrupt teamsters with mob ties to intelligence operatives who work for U.S. agencies while also making even more money from organized crime. These people have worked together in their secure networks profitably for decades. It was Carlos Marcello and Santo Trafficante who had JFK killed. Back in 1963, on the evening of the assassination, Trafficante celebrated JFK's death with his attorney Frank Regano at the International Inn restaurant in Tampa. Ironically, JFK had given a speech at that very same hotel during his visit to Tampa just a few days earlier. For Trafficante, the irony must have been sweet. JFK and Bobby had engaged in a massive crackdown on organized crime figures. On a personal level, Santos Trafficante and Carlos Marcello had been feeling intense pressure. By fall of 1963, Marcello had been subjected to a humiliating deportation, had illegally returned, and had to resort to bribing a juror to remain out of jail. Both Marcello and Trafficante stood to lose millions of dollars in pension fund loans due to Hoffa's ongoing trial. Trafficante's gambling operations had become the target of IRS busts, resulting in huge IRS liens. And in a final unbearable insult, Trafficante's own wife had been subpoenaed to testify before a grand jury. Senate testimony in October 1963 about Trafficante's operations received far too much publicity to suit Trafficante. And even his highly profitable and generally secure heroin ring was feeling the pinch with the major bust of a French associate on October 12, 1963 in Texas. Both men, Trafficante and Marcello, saw the debilitating lockstep surveillance that Chicago mob boss Sam Giancana was being subjected to, and they knew that a similar treatment for them would be a disaster, and that it could be applied to them at any moment, as long as JFK remained alive to support his brother's tough actions. Another way the mob infiltrated the CIA's Cuban operations was through CIA agent Q.J. Wynn, a French connection heroin smuggler associated with Trafficante. Q.J. Wynn had worked as an assassin and recruiter for the CIA since at least the fall of 1960. Later, the CIA admits they had him apply his talents to the Cuban part of their ZR rifle assassination program. Q.J. Wynn was in deep to Trafficante as the result of a 1962 bust of one of Q.J. Wynn's heroin shipments. Plus, his mob earnings were many times that of a CIA paycheck. Q.J. Wynn was deported from Dallas hours after the assassination, as verified by both INS officials and an FBI memo. In addition to infiltrating CIA operations, Marcello and Trafficante made attempts, both successful and unsuccessful, to infiltrate Project Freedom directly. For example, Manuel Artimi, the former leader of the Bay of Pigs, was an insider in Project Freedom. His Cuban exile associates in New Orleans, however, had contact with two men who worked for Carlos Marcello. Their names were Guy Bannister and David Ferry. Rolando Masferrer, a notorious Cuban death squad leader who did jobs for Trafficante and who worked with John Martino, tried to bluff his way into Project Freedom almost as soon as it began with the help of two gangsters. He was unsuccessful. Masferrer was enraged at the rejection and, we were told by a source within Project Freedom, threatened the life to this man's face of one of Project Freedom's leaders because they would not let him into the operation. In September of 1963, Masferrer made another attempt to infiltrate and compromise Project Freedom. Masferrer knew that Manuel Rey and Rey's organization, Jorge, was part of Project Freedom. So working with John Martino, we believe he arranged a provocative visit to the home of Sylvia Odio, the daughter of a prominent Jorge member. Martino told associates he was going to Dallas to sell arms to Odio in September. I would like to correct something we speculated about at the ASK conference last year, and just make a small factual correction here. In a year of digging and getting feedback from dozens of you, it's the only correction, frankly, that we've had to make to last year's talk, those of you who've seen it or heard it. Sylvia Odio said in interviews that he had wanted to buy arms from Johnny Martin. There was a Juan B. Martin interviewed with the FBI detailed and incredibly brief document. But he seemed not to be the person involved. We speculated that the Johnny Martin she referred to was John Martino. However, we have confirmed that this was not the case, that Sylvia Odio did not personally know John Martino. But he knew of her, and that was all that was required. However, that in no way changes our view that Martino, who acknowledged wanting to visit Odio in September of '63, was involved in the Odio incident. Sylvia Odio came to Martino and Rolando Masferrer's attention because she lived close to one of Masferrer's relatives. Lamar will have more information we've recently uncovered about Masferrer's links to Project Freedom. But back to the assassination and its subsequent cover-up. The mob was able to keep their involvement in the assassination secret in 3 ways. First, they used trusted assassins who'd pulled off successful hits many times in the past. These professional killers were experienced in both execution and evading arrest. They also brought in some of the most ruthless members of Marcello and Traficante's heroin operation. This heroin operation was their absolutely most secure, most profitable, and most lethal operation. Second was their choice of patsies. The mob made sure that their patsies for the assassination had obvious Cuban connections, either through affiliation with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, as 3 patsies did, or by Cuban nationality, as 2 patsies did, as well as legitimate U.S. intelligence contacts. They wanted their patsies to have these contacts. The Cuban connection would ensure that Bobby's contingency plan would go into effect and hopefully provoke an attack on Cuba, which would preclude a quick, thorough investigation. The intelligence contacts of the patsy would ensure additional cover-ups by U.S. intelligence agencies trying to cover up. Finally, almost all of the dozen or so people knowingly involved in the assassination had government protection at one time or another, because they had acted as informers or performed services for law enforcement and intelligence agencies. In our opinion, this was one of Traficante and Marcello's criteria when they selected their participants. For example, even the FBI admits that Ruby was an informer for them. Roselli had worked for the CIA for almost 3 years at the time of JFK's death. The CIA even managed to keep Traficante's role in the CIA mob plots prior to JFK's assassination secret for almost 12 years after the assassination. After JFK was killed, there was and continues to be a massive cover-up because the mob made sure that the Cuba contingency plan was activated by laying clues indicating that Fidel Castro was behind JFK's death. And as additional protection, the mob made sure there could not be a full government investigation without exposing Project Freedom, which, if done incorrectly, could have led to the deaths or imprisonment of the coup plotters within the Cuban government who remained, or so the government believed, and perhaps accurately, loyal to the U.S. and to the idea of democracy for Cuba. The resulting cover-up by the government did protect Project Freedom, as it was intended to do, but it also obscured Marcello and Traficante's responsibility for JFK's assassination. The entire apparatus of the United States government, including Bobby Kennedy, Earl Warren, and every president since LBJ, has had no choice. Exposure of Project Freedom could not only tarnish JFK's legacy, but in the tense Cold War times of 1963, it could have touched off a nuclear war. In 1963, it definitely would have caused the deaths of those associated with Project Freedom who were still in Cuba. Even today, there are surviving family members and close associates of the Cuban officials who are working with the Kennedys on Project Freedom in Cuba, whose lives could be in danger if the details of Project Freedom were exposed. Finally, exposing Project Freedom back in 1963 would have ended any hope the U.S. had of ever bringing democracy to Cuba. This was their best shot. So Project Freedom is still a secret operation, which is why we cannot give you some of the actual names of the people involved or the actual code name of the project itself. To do so, we must confront the same legal and moral dilemma that our government is, which is why our book will be written as a novel. Until Fidel Castro is no longer in power, it may compromise the national security of the United States to divulge the details of it beyond what we've told you here today, much of which can be gleaned from the public record. So you can see that most of what's been called the cover-up wasn't designed to protect those who killed JFK. It was done to protect Project Freedom. Because information about Project Freedom has been denied to government investigators like the Warren Commission, the Rockefeller Commission, and the House Select Committee, as well as all the major news organizations and many noted authors, the story of JFK's assassination has never before been fully documented. But there have been many cracks in this wall. Most of you know about the loyal Kennedy aides Kenny Donnell and Dave Powers, who were riding in the car directly behind Kennedy's, and both saw shots fired from the front, from the grassy knoll. These were two of JFK's most trusted aides, and Bobby had been friends with each man for decades. The report that they claimed to see shots fired from the grassy knoll first surfaced in the Chicago Tribune article in 1975, along with the fact that the FBI pressured both men to alter their Warren Commission testimony in order to protect the national security. The national security that was at stake was Project Freedom. Keep in mind when considering what went on at that autopsy that it's inconceivable that Kenny O'Donnell wouldn't have shared this information about the shots that he saw from the front with his close friend Robert Kennedy. And as we now know, Robert Kennedy supervised the autopsy, even though he was several floors above it. Additionally, the House Select Committee indicated that JFK was probably killed as the result of conspiracy, and indicated that the Mafia, specifically Carlos Marcello and Santo Trafficati, were the most likely suspects. Our research and sources helped us reach the same conclusion, only with additional information that was not available to the House Select Committee. Naval Intelligence, for example, in a still secret report, which was not made available to the House Select Committee, though it is referred to in their report, had done their own investigation of the JFK assassination. You will find reference to this in HSCA Volume 11, pages 539 to 551. Using the House Select Committee information on the Navy report as a starting point, my co-author, Lamar Waldron, tracked down and obtained information from two independent and confidential sources associated with that naval intelligence investigation. In spite of stonewalling by the Navy, the HSCA found persuasive evidence that the naval intelligence investigation had concluded, quote, Oswald was incapable of having committed the assassination alone, end of quote. According to our more extensive reports, Naval Intelligence had concluded that ex-Marine Lee Oswald was also incapable of masterminding the assassination or of doing the actual shooting. The Naval Intelligence investigators had access to hundreds of documents and dozens of interviews largely withheld from both the Warren Commission and the later HSCA. And Naval Intelligence had Oswald under tight surveillance from the time of his return from his, quote, defection, end quote, to the USSR. O&I was hoping, the reason they were watching Oswald, they were hoping that the KGB would try to contact Oswald or his wife at some point, thus giving our side insight into how the KGB recruited agents. Since Naval Intelligence had limited resources for a tight day-to-day surveillance of Oswald or anybody else, they utilized the FBI and the CIA in helping them carry out that surveillance. This explains the many people with intelligence or informant backgrounds who seem to constantly swirl around Oswald. O&I had additional surveillance material on Oswald in Mexico City, including photographs, not necessarily of Oswald at communist embassies, which have never been made public. The Naval Intelligence investigation of the assassination began on the afternoon of the day Oswald was killed. Prior to that, on the day of JFK's assassination, some of the Naval Intelligence material was destroyed and other materials were sanitized. This was so sensitive that information could not be given to defense lawyers or government investigating agencies. It was also done to protect the identities of other, quote, defectors, end quote, in the same surveillance program as Oswald, as well as the identities of the FBI, CIA, and Naval Intelligence informers who were reporting Oswald's movements. This destruction of documents may have served also to protect, from their point of view, the Navy's reputation, but it has contributed, unfortunately, to the lingering questions surrounding Oswald's Mexico City conduct. This also helps explain how some people could think that the CIA was involved in the assassination because of their 30 years of protecting documents and information. The CIA covered up certain blunders and unauthorized missions, but as an agency, they didn't kill JFK. There are a handful of intelligence agents whom testimony or documentation we have indicates were involved in the assassination, but they were relatively low level. They were relatively low-level CIA operatives who even the CIA at various times has since acknowledged had ties to organized crime and the narcotics traffic, and specifically to Carlos Marcello and Santos Trafficante. While we cannot rule out the possibility that a small number of mid-level intelligence agents were involved in the assassination, there's really not enough evidence to prove that any of them were specifically involved, because many of their seemingly suspicious actions can be explained by their involvement in either the naval intelligence surveillance of Oswald or by their activities related to Project Freedom, or by their covering up of operations against Castro that hadn't received full authorization from CIA Director John McCone or the Kennedys. We have confirmed that the CIA was pursuing certain assassination operations of their own without the full authorization and knowledge of Robert Kennedy. The CIA was carrying out so many authorized operations against Castro, as John Newman is amply documenting, the number is many times larger than anyone had ever imagined, that it is relatively easy for them to slip in at least a couple of deadly unauthorized operations. And as we've seen with the recent Aldrich Ames scandal, people in the CIA will go to extreme lengths to protect each other and the reputation of the agency. Anti-Castro Cubans as a group have gotten a very undeserved bad reputation also in regard to the CIA assassination. Many Cuban Americans have performed courageous acts of heroism, both at the Bay of Pigs and later, and never received proper recognition. For example, several Bay of Pigs leaders and many of their followers were actively working with RFK to make Project Freedom a reality. But because of the secrecy surrounding Project Freedom, their heroic efforts have never been properly documented. So the theory that anti-Castro Cubans killed JFK because they were angry over the Bay of Pigs is a gross oversimplification of a complex issue and is simply not correct. There were several anti-Castro groups angry at JFK in 1963, certainly, but they were angry over being left out of Project Freedom and having their unauthorized activities banned. It is really a monumental testimony to the quality of Robert Kennedy's planning and the loyalty of those who worked for him that information about Project Freedom has only leaked out in the most peripheral way all these years. Contrary to the bumbling CIA view held by many people, in fact, the national security apparatus of the U.S. government does function most of the time as it is supposed to. One demonstration of the government's ability to keep a secret comes from Robert Kennedy's own words. He had helped plan and run Project Freedom, and he also helped in drafting the Cuba Contingency Plan, and he knew that revealing the truth of his brother's killers would bring Project Freedom to light with possibly disastrous results to the national security. But in private, according to author John Davis, Bobby voiced suspicions about mafia involvement, especially Carlos Marcello, in his brother's death to several associates, including his former press secretary Frank Mankiewicz and aide Richard Goodwin. Bobby's aide Adam Walensky and Bobby's friend and biographer Jack Newfield also support the belief that Marcello and Trafficante were behind the killing of JFK. We're certain that Fidel Castro wasn't involved in JFK's assassination as well. RFK had formed a group to specifically guard against and investigate this possibility prior to JFK's death. The supposed links to Fidel were just too clumsy and contrived. RFK was so sure that Fidel had not learned of Project Freedom that he wanted it, as well as Atwood's secret peace initiatives, to continue in December of 1963 after the assassination. Bobby saw bringing democracy to Cuba as the perfect memorial to JFK, but LBJ did not share those feelings. As Peter Dale Scott and others have pointed out, LBJ's interests were in Vietnam, not in Cuba. Bobby's suspicions, as verified by his aides like Richard Goodwin, were that the mafia was behind his brother's death. If Fidel had wanted to kill JFK politically, he could easily have crippled the president by simply exposing the secret negotiations that were ongoing through Atwood. Or if he knew about Project Freedom, he could have exposed that and crippled the Kennedy administration. Plus, the longer Fidel dragged out the negotiations and the more evidence Fidel had of them as a result of it, the stronger his position would become. So there may have been Cuban connections, but not to Fidel. As in any political organization, there are several factions within the Cuban government. As reported in Tony Summers' Conspiracy, in the fall of 1963, Fidel thought Cuba was becoming too dependent on Russia, and he was at odds with the international communist types in his government, like Che. Even Fidel told JFK through Atwood that Raul and Che must not find out about his negotiations with JFK. Instead, the available evidence indicates that any Cuban activity related to JFK's assassination was directed by the mafia, who still had influence in Cuba through Santos Trafficante and the French Corsican mob. Trafficante handled all of his drug dealings in Cuba through intermediaries. The only high government official Trafficante ever admitted talking to or receiving help from was Raul Castro. Intelligence reports say, quote, 2 gangsters, end quote, did fly into Cuba right after the assassination, and they probably had protection from someone in the Cuban government. However, since the U.S. and French mafia ran drugs through Cuba, the arrival of these gangsters may have just been business as usual and seen that way by Cuban officials. Also, a Cuban agent intensely loyal to Raul Castro, a young man named Miguel Casas Seis, was in the U.S. in October and November of 1963. This agent was near Chicago when the plot against JFK was uncovered there on November 1st of 1963. He was in Florida when there was a threat against JFK's life in Tampa on November 18th of 1963. And he was in Dallas at the time of JFK's assassination. He returned to Cuba via Mexico City. However, he was most probably being manipulated by the Mafia. Sayce first entered the U.S. in Puerto Rico, which was a major step in the Mafia's Cuban cocaine smuggling route, and which also was the home base of Frank Chavez, a Teamster Mafia associate of Jack Ruby. Chavez was fingered in JFK's assassination by a Teamster associate the day it happened, and the record shows he later tried to assassinate Bobby twice in 1964 and 1967. So there's no reason to think that either the Cuban agent Sayce or his mentor in Cuba knew anything about the assassination. It's more likely he was being manipulated by the mob as a possible patsy in case one of their Fair Play for Cuba member patsies wasn't enough. And of course his presence there triggered the Cuba contingency plan, knowledge of his presence there. LBJ, however, initially believed Fidel was behind JFK's assassination. But keep in mind, LBJ had been excluded from JFK's and Bobby's planning for Project Freedom. He didn't know about it. There's reason to believe that Bobby did not tell his hated rival of all of the details of Project Freedom even after LBJ became president, both because LBJ decided not to continue it and to ensure that LBJ could not use the failure of Project Freedom against Bobby if Bobby decided to challenge LBJ for the presidential nomination in 1964. So LBJ formed his conclusion without having all the facts about the Mafia and Project Freedom that Bobby had. And he used that conclusion to maintain the Cuba contingency plan in place and badger his friend Earl Warren into overlooking or obscuring evidence that LBJ feared might point the American public to a Cuban conspiracy. And so it stands today. A small group of men, professional killers all, under incredible pressure from the Kennedy administration, planned and executed the murder of JFK. They did it in such a way that people who had nothing to do with it, nothing to do with the assassination, who had no knowledge of it, would be forced for decades to cover up their actions. In a way that would falsely point the finger of suspicion at the CIA, FBI, ONI, and other agencies who were either tried to hide their previous associations with the patsies, or who were correctly and honorably trying to keep Project Freedom and the Cuba contingency plan secret. For these same reasons, as I mentioned, our book shall be written in a way that conveys this information, but does not endanger the national security. So we believe this is the only way, frankly, that we can convey the story and protect the good guys, because they're still out there. So at this point, I'll turn it over to George Michael to, are we going to take a break? Should I call the break? Okay. We'll take a, thank you. We're going to take a real quick 10-minute bathroom break here, and then Lamar is going to share with you a whole bunch of neat new stuff.
Also remember that you're going to have very little time to get to the our bookmark before it closes this evening. So if you remember that, check in with him.
I had a statement brought out from behind the Iron Curtain at the request of people in Washington Extreme. But no, Extreme Jeopardy, and part of what he outlined